Too many concurrent sessions with the... Oh, hold on one second. You know what it is? Fucking Windows 11. Oh, you know what? I think we're still live. The light's green. So I might not be... yeah, we are.
Yep.
All right, there we go.
No.
Nothing like a little F-bomb going out live over the air there. All right, so...
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to Effin' CoCoTALK, everybody. We got a special effin' guest for you today. We are in episode 274, and our special guest is Glen effin' Dahlgren. Welcome to the program, boys and girls.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit
All right, we'll do it live. That's it. We're here, and thank you, Windows 11.
Welcome to all the folks that caught the tail end of Stevie's review of Windows 11.
We're here. History is being made. I'm actually streaming the show again for the first time in, 9 years, I think it is. But we've got a panel. We've got a special guest. Let's go around the room and say hi to who's here, and let's get to why we're here. Ron Delvo is with us. How you doing, Ron? Go fax yourself. All right, we fax. Everybody take a drink.
He's in theme, too. That's
it.
fair.
That's it. Our foreign correspondent, news anchor, and aficionado of Nitrous 9, L. Curtis Boyle's here. Curtis,
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Rick Eulin's in the house.
Howdy, y'all.
Other time.
Mark Overholzer, welcome.
Hey, glad to be here.
The host of our Game On segment, Ken Waters, is here.
Hello.
Mark Bosley, backup streamer and engineer, is here.
I think main streamer and engineer at this point.
Main streamer. Well, today he's the backup. That's right. Last but certainly not least, the thunder from down under, Nicholas Marentes. Good day, Nick.
Hi, everyone.
Good day. Rick is here. Nick is here. And our special guest who is back for the third time, promoting his third novel. He is a game developer, a game designer, a musician, a teacher, and a novelist. Please welcome to the program, everybody, Glen Dahlgren.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. I always look forward to coming and chatting with you guys.
All right.
Great.
Well, because you're here for the third time now, we have interviewed you twice. We'll do a review of your kind of history, and Curtis has unearthed something new even to reveal. But why don't we start off real quick with, of course, now let me stop screen sharing for 1 second because I can't see where all my windows are. Somewhere in here, there we go. We have on the browser your website, and it's going to be important for people to know about your website for a few reasons. Number one, we're here to promote your latest book, right? So if people can go to find out about your book and all the programs you've done in the past by going to mysterium.blog, which is also on the scroll. It's on the infographic here. And so Mysterium.blog is where you can learn about all the cool things Glen has done, and it's also where you can enter the contest. So when you go to the homepage of Mysterium.blog, you're going to see the Culture Ghost Pop and CoCoTALK House of Prophecy raffle, all right? And if you click on this, this is where you can win autographed copies of new old stock of Sundog Systems games. And there's lots of ways to enter. These are some pictures of what you want to do. So do you want to explain this so I won't screw it up, Glenn?
Absolutely. So,
I don't think we're seeing it.
so here are the selection of games that that are up for raffle. The Contras, Kyum-Gai, To Be Ninja, either the original Arstos or OS9 version, Sinistaar, and Kung Fu Dude. Kung Fu Dude is the only Coco 2 game, and the rest are Coco 3, and 2 of them are Coco 3 512K. So these are originally produced back in the day, new old stock. They're perfect condition. I will sign them. They're worth upwards of, as collector's items, upwards of around $70 or more. So I'm going to give away 3 of them. So there will be 3 winners that walk away with one of these games, and it's your choice. The person that wins first will choose what they want. And then the next person will choose what they want. If we get a total of 100 entries, I'm going to increase the number of winners to 6, and then I'll throw in 3 audiobooks for the last 3 winners. And so the audiobooks can be any one of the books that I've made. I actually produce all of my own audiobooks. You get to listen to me even more, reading my own books. And so the way that you do this is go to Mysterium.blog. All of the instructions are there, and in order to enter the raffle, the easiest way to do that and the cheapest way to do that is just sign up for my my newsletter. If you're already a member of my newsletter, just let me know, and I will enter you into the raffle for free. You get 1 entry. If you have read one of my books and you leave a review of that book on Amazon, you get 3 entries. So anyone out there who has hopefully enjoyed my book, leave a review, send me a screenshot, and you get 3 entries. Again, that's for free. Beyond that, you can buy some of my books, and that will get you even more entries. So if you want to pre-order the book that I've just got coming out, which is House of Prophecy, or buy any of the ebooks, Game of War or Child of Chaos, you'll get 5 entries. And then you can go to my website and you can purchase either paperbacks or hardbacks. Paperbacks will get you, I believe, 10 entries, and the hardbacks will get you 15 entries. Those are signed. And to make that a little bit easier for you, I have provided a coupon code that'll give you 15% off. And that is CoCoTALK. Just enter CoCoTALK coupon code, or CGP, which stands for Culture Goes Pop. And either of those will work and give you 15% off. Again, you don't have to buy anything to enter the raffle, but it does increase your chances if you do. And then I believe that on the 27th, which is the day before launch, I'm going to come back here and we are going to spin the wheel, and we'll see who wins live. And then and hopefully if you're there, you can choose the gift you want or choose the prize you want, and I'll ship it out. That's kind of the deal.
Cool.
Very, very cool. So you can get the book. You can get any of the new books, or the new book pre-release, or the existing 2, 15% off on your ebook. Is it discount on the ebook too, or just on the physical books?
No.
Okay.
This is just on my store.
Okay, so if you go to the Mysterium blog and then go to the store, you can get soft copies or hard copies of any of the books, including a pre-order, for 15% off with offer code CoCoTALK, all caps, or CGP, all caps. And to support a starving artist, right? So we need to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. need some sales. But honestly, I know, actually talking to you, Steve, I know that, a lot of you grew up in the same era as me. You sort of had the same exposure to fantasy literature as me. And it's really kind of amazing how much crossover there is about people, what people enjoy. And so I really wanted to try to involve as many people as possible from the Coco community, because that's my community too. That's sort of who I am. And if I can get you guys into my world, reading my books, then I think we all win, hopefully.
Yeah,
agreed.
And I've enjoyed them, and it's funny because I re-listened to the first 2 interviews that we did with you, and during both of those I had not gotten any of your books yet. So it took the second interview for me to finally get off my tuchus. And I got the, I did the pre-order, I got the physical, I got the soft covers, and of course, I listened to them. So I've listened to both of your first 2 books on audio, and you did a hell of a job narrating your own stuff. And I remember asking you questions about, what is young adult, and I think you mentioned that a great example now would be something like Hunger Games, right? So it's something that people can identify with. Is the main driving force now the age of the characters are young versus, because you already mentioned the audience, like 80% of the audience is already adults, but what's the primary definition of a book being in the young adult category?
Yeah, it's a little hard to nail down. Honestly, I went for young adult. I didn't target young adult when I wrote my first book, which is Child of Chaos, and it gets a little dark. So I didn't even expect to go young adult. But enough people who read it told me, you know what, this is young adult. You should do that. You should call it young adult because there's a big market segment out there waiting for young adult content. And so I said, you're probably right. And what defines it is the age of the protagonist and the people he surrounds himself with, and some of the themes that might, like coming of age and dealing with family, things like that. Okay. And those things do happen in my book. So I figured I might as well go ahead and embrace it. However, you are absolutely right. No one should shy away from the stories because they consider them young adult. It doesn't mean you have to be 13. In fact, I worry a little bit about like 12-year-olds trying to read my Child of Chaos because, there are some dark scenes in there.
Well, congratulations now on your third novel. That's no small achievement, and all the awards. What are the awards you've won so far on the first two?
Yeah, so I was really shocked that my debut novel, which was Child of Chaos, won this bad boy, which is the reader's favorite gold medal for YA epic fantasy. Actual medal, it's medal. And then just a few weeks ago, I actually attended the Chanticleer Writers Conference where they had an awards banquet, and I won this for Game of War, which was first place for young adult fantasy, which is awesome. I mean, it's one thing to win an award and then get sent something in the mail, but be there and actually be in front of an audience and accept an award, it was really cool. And luckily, I had my family there with me because my father actually lives in the area. So we made it a family trip, brought my whole family with me, and snuck them into the awards banquet because I couldn't get that many tickets for all of them. And having them there applauding and everything, that was a really special moment for me.
That's awesome. That's so cool. And all three times you've chosen to kind of debut the pre-release of all three books on our show. So that's an honor for us. So we appreciate that. Your history and lineage starts in the Coco, like a lot of us do. The fact that you still have time to, and the appreciation for the Coco is great. So we appreciate that.
Absolutely. That's my roots. It's my first love. I mean, I was playing D&D before I was making games, but that sort of funneled its way into everything that I made. I mean, some of the adventures that I made are actually based on D&D campaigns that I created. And so, it was it was such a draw for me making those games that it turned into my career. I mean, I worked at Legend Entertainment making games for, a couple of decades. But this is where I started. And there was nothing better than having that connection, because in the Coco, it's kind of, one man, one game, speaking directly to their audience, to the customer. I mean, I was this one shipping out games from my dorm room. They got to know me really well at the post office, the local tiny post office on campus.
You were indie games before that became a term.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And now actually I'm kind of back there because I'm shipping out books. They're getting to know me at the post office shipping out those books. So it's a lot of fun. I love it. I loved it back then. And I love it now.
Well, in a way, you're completely hands-on from beginning to end. You are the creator. You're the, I don't know if publisher is the right word, but the creator, the editor. You are now shipping. You're signing it with your hand. You're shipping it out, putting it in an envelope.
Doing
with your
own audiobooks.
So you're completely hands-on, which is very much the spirit of Coco. Do it yourself, or it doesn't get done, right? So
if you just sent the books out in little doggy bags type thing, that
perfect. If the cover was just a photocopied hand-drawn thing on.
At least now you don't have to worry about studying for your degree at the same time, though. That's
that's true. Although Kyum-Gai to be Ninja was my final project for my computer graphics class in college. So I managed.
Oh, you get to mingle the two together then.
Yeah, and I got credit for the UI that I developed for SoundTrax too. So yeah, I managed to make them overlap. It was a feat. And
Sorry, go ahead,
have
Stevie.
to say, oh,
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, my computer game experience at Legend. I mean, it sort of helped prepare me for this because not only did I get to work with Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman and Robert Jordan and all those incredible fantasy authors dealing with story, but I was also doing voice direction and acting in the games and sort of learning how that whole thing worked. And so that absolutely directly translated into me doing my own audiobooks, and my theater experience in college. That helped a lot too. So I realized I was really nervous about doing it, and then had some people tell me you have to do it, and I realized if I didn't do it, I would kick myself because it's just so fun.
And you did a heck of a job.
Are you done recording for the third book already, or is that still a work in progress?
I am done recording. I'm not done editing, and editing is the worst part. And I think I make way more work for myself than anybody in the world when I do audiobook editing, because I'm kind of, even though my audiobooks are not perfect, they're as perfect as I can make them, which means that when I am recording like 3 takes for every sentence, because first I do it and then I don't like it and I do it again and then I do it the right way, and so that means I have to cut every sentence out and piece them all together. And if you're talking about a book of 120,000 words, that's a lot of sentences. So it takes me like weeks and months even to take all that raw material and turn it into an audiobook. But hopefully, Steve, you've listened to them. The end result sounds like I'm just perfect.
It does. I would have never known that was kind of kind of cut and pasted together, because the flow. It's really hard to mess with the rhythm and cadence of spoken word if you're cutting, because you lose something.
I've learned exactly how much between sentences, how much between paragraphs, how much space to put in all those places. And actually, what I did was, someone recommended this. I took a video of me recording one chapter, and so you could actually, if I ever release that, and I might a certain segment of it, you can see how horrible it is, the raw material that I give myself to work with. And then you hear the chapter after I'm all done editing. It's completely
because that sounds even more difficult than like punching out a guitar part when you're recording a song, where you have to punch in right in the middle of a track, but you have your individual tracks, etc. type thing, and you have to time it with all the other instruments, etc. But you've got extra things like cadence, and whether you're supposed to raise your voice at the end of a sentence on this particular sentence or lower it, or there's a bunch of other subtleties.
What I hate is if I don't have that second or third take, and then I realize that I intended to put an emphasis on a word and I didn't do it for some reason because I was tired, or it was the third chapter that I recorded that day or something, and it's not perfect. I can't stand it. I will go back and I will re-record if I have to.
And you can't. So you're looking at the time it takes to record times 3, and then you have and then you have to listen. You want to try to proof, and the editing is like kind of listening. And then you have the final edit that you think you're done, and you have to listen to that again. And you're doing this like chapter by chapter, page by page, because I have a hard time editing a 1-hour podcast to listen to it again. And you're looking at 12 hours of collective audio on these unabridged audiobooks. So how do you break that down into manageable chunks of time?
I do it chapter by chapter. And
chapter by chapter.
I can get a chapter done in like a day. Occasionally, if it's a short chapter, I can get 2 done in a day. But it's draining. It's hard work.
Yeah.
Now, when we were doing Coco adventure games, did you have to go through an editing process? Because there's a fair bit of writing in those too, where you're coming up with the text you want to put on the screen. I mean, you're also doing graphics as well. Is it the same thing where you write like multiple versions of it and you kind of decide which one you did, or was it more just improv at the time?
No, not for Coco. I mean, I just wrote it. I mean, I could only get like 2 lines of text for a description of a room, so you can't really screw that up too much. I have to say, though, for like Deathgate, some of the other adventure games, I wrote as much text in that game as there is in a novel. So there are actually books inside of the game that I wrote. So yeah, there was an editing process on that as well.
And then one other question on the audiobooks. I mean, since your books have been doing quite well and winning awards, et cetera, I'm imagining the audiobooks are probably doing fairly well. In addition to that, have you given any thoughts, or have the books gotten big enough sales-wise that you would, or would you even want to do this, bring in voice actors to do some of the specific voices, and you'd be the narrator, or is that something you still want to do all on your own?
Yeah, I'm not at the point where the ROI would pay off. I mean, people are involving other people can be really expensive, and I'm not at that point. And even if I was, there is a certain cachet to the author reading his own material.
Yeah, and even the big, huge authors, that some of them really prefer.
And some of them are successful, some of them aren't. So far, people seem to like my performance, and so I'm just going to keep going with that, because at this point, I've done 2, and so I think they would be disappointed if I shifted to somebody else. They know what to expect with me, and they know the kind of voices that I'm going to give my characters and all that. So I don't want to disappoint them, and it happens to be the cheapest option for me, which
right.
I am totally all about.
Except in editing time.
Except in time, but that's me. That's my pain.
Exactly.
That's okay.
Well, you and I were speaking briefly when we were recording the teaser, and so because I have listened to both your audiobooks, I did kind of generalize some of the voices that you use. You've got a couple of what you call the young, eager voices, which is like Galen and what's Place and a few other ones like that, some of the younger ones. And then
Place is a jerk. He's got this snide kind of approach.
And then your now, well, what I will say, because I do listen to a lot of audiobooks too, and they're predominantly male voiced, and you run into the problem of a male narrator having to do a female voice. And how do you do it without sounding like, "Hi, how are you? My name's Sally." Without making it so fake and so obvious. And but you did a good job, I feel. And then you have like your tough guy voices, right? And so some of your big guy voices, some of those sound similar. And then you got was it Finn, who kind of has the California Keanu Reeves, like, dude, a little thing. So I love that kind of hearing these these character archetypes in your voice acting and stuff. I thought it was pretty cool.
So I have 2 priorities. The first is I want to make sure that they're acting. I want to make sure that they understand their own lines, and when they're delivering them, you understand their sort of what's motivating that line. But the second thing is I want to make sure, and I'm not always successful in this, I want to make sure that if at least two people are speaking in a conversation, you're able to distinguish who is speaking by the voice that I'm using. And so I try, and I would say that my female voices are the worst.
No, they serve the purpose well. You're not embarrassing yourself or
I
being
feel
so.
like I am. There was one actually Ceoset and Child of Chaos I almost completely removed because I just hated it so much. But I just said I just can't do it anymore. I'm done. I spent more time editing Child of Chaos because I didn't know what I didn't know when I launched into production of that book. But I ended up putting so many hours into it. I was finally like, I just have to release it. I just have to be done with it. House of Prophecy, unfortunately, has more female characters than any of them, and it just it's like I don't even think about the audiobook when I'm writing it. All I think about is my wife saying you should need more female characters, and so I'm like, yeah, you're right. I do need more female characters, and I'm like, oh, why did I listen to her?
Well, now you have to, since it was her idea, you have to recruit her to do some of the voices.
Get her to do some of that.
That should be free labor. I'm imagining that's part of the marriage contract.
She suggested that I get my children involved, and there is something to be said for having other people, but it is different than most audiobooks. I think the only thing I've seen is where you have like a male and a female actor, and they both sort of swap off.
Yeah.
But I think people are okay with me not being perfect for some of these voices because they know it's one guy, and I'm doing everything, and so I think I'll just keep going. I'll just keep trying, and hopefully you guys will have to tell me if I succeeded with this one or not.
Bit of a side note here. Brian Weasler in the chat here said, I just pre-ordered all 3 of the books hardcover. I used the discount codes.
There you go.
Nice.
Boom.
Wow, that's a lot of entries into the sweepstakes or into the raffle. Make sure that you send that to me as an email.
Okay, and that's GlenDahlgren@gmail.com, right?
Yep.
Yeah, which is in the scroll and it's in the description and stuff too. Yeah, so for those of you who are making the orders or doing the entries or writing the book reviews, take a screenshot of what you did and email that to GlenDahlgren@gmail.com so you can get your name up on the wheel multiple times, hopefully.
Yeah, you'll be one of those big, thick wedges with all those entries.
Ken says, do all your females like the Monty Python Pepper Potts ladies.
You know, the one thing that I try to do is I make the main character someone that sounds kind of like me. That way, when I go back to most of the dialogue, I can kind of revert to sort of the way I speak. Galen is a little bit higher than me, and Dantes is a little bit more action hero than me. But I don't have to put on any crazy accent or affectation. I can kind of just read it straight.
All right, so right now it looks like Brian's going to win all the prizes because he's also signed up for the newsletter too. So.
Toss one more on the bottom.
Yeah, we got a ringer here. So
he's going to have the entire Sundog collection. That's all I can say.
And I should also mention what I was told. So Grant Leedy, who's on the call, he's the organizer for Coco Fest. And I told him about our conversation about getting a signed copy of the Contras to donate to the Glenside Color Computer Club so we can auction that off at CoCoTALK next year. So thanks for doing that.
Absolutely. No problem. I'm happy to be involved.
Now, Curtis, you unearthed, we'll switch gears for just a second. You unearthed Glen's first game. And
yes. He mentioned it on one of our interviews before, and it was one that I had not remembered. Like, I remember seeing the contest. This was the Color Computer magazine, which was a nice glossy magazine, lasted for a few years in the early 80s. And they had a programming contest announced in the summer of 1983. In fact, I think it was called the Summer Game Programming Contest, something along that line. And then in the February 1984 issue, they published the results of the winners. Now, the winner of the arcade game was Bugs, which is a game we've actually covered a bit before. But there's a whole list of the other winners in different categories, et cetera. And that was actually Glen's first taste of fame. And I've actually found the scans here on the Color Computer Archive. So I sent them to Steve, and he's just showing them on the screen right now. And you can see the finalists.
So over here it says the finalist, Glen Dahlgren for Demon Cross. So that was your first Color Computer game you submitted to any kind of institution, so to speak, right?
That's right. And honestly, when I said I won, I actually remembered winning something. I didn't realize I was a finalist. Am I a finalist in there?
You're a finalist, yes.
Yeah, okay. So I won. I was recognized, I suppose.
Okay.
But I actually won something. I got a prize for it.
So here's...
like Rainbow, they actually get... Anybody that got into the finalist category, I think Rainbow at 18, they gave a prize of some sort to everybody that got that far.
Yeah, that was really nice. And it was the recognition was awesome. Just meant that, hey, maybe people kind of like what I'm doing, and I should keep at it. So this was kind of the thing that told me to keep going and keep writing games.
Now, this is one game that's not on the archive currently, because I don't know if Color Computer Magazine, I think you had to send in to get all the games that they had won. Just Bugs that was a popular one, so that one got out.
Right.
So we're kind of making a public plea here that if anybody has that from back in the day, because you don't have it anymore, I don't have it.
No.
So I'm hoping
and it's
somebody
so
does.
awesome. It's the most awesome game. I can't believe you guys can't play it.
Or even know what it looks like,
Or it could be anything.
Yeah.
I need to add that to the list. So I compiled a list of games that Kurt, when I say I compiled what Curtis compiled. So
cut and pasted my notes is what he's saying there.
I copy and pasted what. So we need to add Demon Cross to that list from 1984. So
that was actually 83 would have been when you wrote it, because the contest was supposed to be announced in December and they delayed it due to publication things. Is
Castle of the Creator on there?
Let's see here. If it's not, Curtis, you're fired again. So we have Hall of the King, Darkmoor Hold, Hall of the King 2. I don't remember that one. Hall of the King 3.
I didn't remember it for a while either, and someone reminded me of it. It's actually a game that I wrote with a little bit of help from my brother. It was right after Demon Cross, I think. It was sort of a full screen red text. It was the text screen with a bunch of inverted characters, and it had all sorts of different elements in the UI, but it was all on the text screen, and it was an adventure. And I think I did it. I put it into maybe another contest, and it did pretty well too.
What was it called again? I want to add that to the list.
Castle of the Creator.
I'm trying to think what other programming contests, like Spectrals was arcade games only. That was earlier, so that wouldn't have been there.
Someone showed me a screenshot of it, so it's out there. Someone knows about it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I mean, Rainbow did 4 adventure contest books. Would have been one of those, maybe?
I don't know. I can't remember. It's possible. I don't think I sold it.
I can't remember if Hot Coco had a programming contest. I think Color Computer Magazine only did the one, as far as I remember.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to...
More digging to do.
Well, probably just Google it.
Right. So since we're talking about Coco games, we might as well just go over the list here, right? So we had the Demon Cross, the Castle of the Creator. You just reminded of us. Hall of the King was one of your first ones released, but that was not through Sundog yet, right? Was that when you were doing with
Mark Data? I think,
Mark Data or
Prickly Pear? Prickly Pear, maybe.
Which one was that?
Hall of the King.
Yeah, Hall of the King was Prickly Pear. That was the first commercial product that I made.
Prickly Pear, right? And as Ken Reicher's pointing out, watch live as Steve takes notes. So I'm updating my notes, Ken, to be Pacific here. Right, Darkmoor Hold. So we can see here, again, we're looking at a lot of adventure-themed games here, right? So Hall of the King, Darkmoor Hold, Hall of the King 2, right? The Inner Chambers, Dragon Blade, Champion, Hall of the King 3. And then we kind of shift gears for a minute, and then we get into Kung Fu Dude. Now, was this a Dicom? I mean, was this a Sundog game at this point, Kung Fu Dude?
That was my premier game for Sundog. It was the game I launched Sundog Systems with.
Yeah. Little black and white ad. I remember that.
Sundog is one word, by the way.
Sundog. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sundog. And you had mentioned you just like these type of games. That was kind of why you were doing the fighting games. You just like that genre in the arcade, right? So.
I mean, same with adventure games too. I just you write what you like. I think that's always true.
Right. Now, I don't know if you remember. I don't think we asked you this question on the previous 2 interviews, but there are game developers who aren't game players. That would not describe you, though, right? You do play games, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. So there are some people that is like, yeah, I make them, but I don't really play them. I think Rick Adams is kind of like he's not really a game player too much. I know
Nick Marenti's, unless it's his own game for testing, he doesn't usually play other people's games. So.
I think even I can't think of his name right now, but the other guy who was pretty prolific for Tandy that wasn't Steve Bjork, who did
Greg Zumwalt.
Greg Zumwalt. He was like, he wasn't really a gamer either, but he designed some really cool games. Ken Reichert, Nightmare Highway. I must like bad games, right? Because you say you write what you like, right? So, Kung Fu Dude.
That's not an uncommon thing, actually. I've known a lot of game designers that didn't, and I wouldn't say that I'm a prolific game player. I mean, I don't go and play a ton of games to see what's out there. I've never done that, but I do tend to focus on the things I really like and then just play the hell out of them.
Yeah. And again, listening to your previous 2 interviews, and there are links to those in the description of this video as well. You started playing Dungeons and Dragons, which I can't speak for everybody in the panel, but I kind of did too. One of the things I wanted to tell you, and I said I would save it for the air, was as I'm kind of reviewing everything you have done and are currently doing, you basically are living all of the dreams that I have had my entire life that are still completely unfulfilled. You know what I mean? I started off as a teenager making games in BASIC. I wanted to make games in assembly, never learned them and never submitted anything, but I wanted to be a video game designer. I went to college for computer science. I never finished because they weren't teaching me how to make video games. So I'm like, this sucks. I'm out of here. You know, I've read and I've wanted to write novels and books. I'm kind of playing around with writing an adventure game engine right now. So there's a lot of things that I've wanted to do that you've already done. So you're a great inspiration, and you also just remind me of how incompetent and unaccomplished I am at the same time.
We do that for you all the time, Stevie. Don't worry about that.
I mean, I don't even know how to react to that. I will say, I have never yet had sort of the big hit. So I've done a lot of these things, but I've done a lot of these things. I would say, making games for Legend probably was sort of a big break for me because not a lot of people got that opportunity. And so I was directing games, and that put me in a space to direct games like Unreal 2 and Star Trek Online and things like that. And those were hard fought and hard won. But there's nothing to keep you or anybody else from making games on the color computer or
Right.
writing novels and self-publishing.
Right,
You know,
right.
there's no gatekeepers for that. And so
Right,
if you are
right.
inspired and you have time and you have the inclination, you should do so. There are lots of resources out there. When I wrote Child of Chaos, I had no idea what to do with it. I tried giving it to agents, and I got like callbacks from a few of them, but nobody went to the finish line. I managed to get in with a publisher, and again, this is before I knew anything about how all of this worked. And that publisher was a small press, and it was really good that I found out things about them that caused me to sever that relationship. And while I was with them for about a year, I learned a lot about what I need to do on my own, because they kind of required you to do everything on your own. That's who they were as a publisher. So once I figured that out, and I was able to, navigate the Amazon's infrastructure and put together my own book, get my own covers, get my own editors, and all of that, I was able to release it on my own. But anyone can do this if you have enough fortitude. And so I would suggest, if you want to do these things, don't give up on it. It's certainly not too late.
Absolutely. But I figured everything you're doing was everything that was on my lifelong wish list, and you've actually done those. So kudos to you again for your third novel.
I really appreciate that. And then when my novels are made into movies, then I will have achieved my main goal.
Hey, well, if you need any suggestions for extras, we're all here. So. I'll stand in the corner in a costume.
Yeah, what you're looking at now, to use one of the terms from your novels, we're a panel of faithless right now. So yeah.
Speak for yourself, Stevie.
Oh, David Ladd is here. Ooh, hello, David.
And also, Stevie, I know you haven't accomplished a lot of your life goals, and neither have I, but you have actually accomplished a pretty good thing with this show. So
absolutely, I was going to mention that this is nothing to sneeze at. It's an institution.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate that. But yeah, I think, and I'm sure, as you mentioned, you are your own worst critic as you're going over your editing process and everything else. You always have to hold yourself to some unattainable standard, or to be satisfied with complacency and subpar inadequacies is not my lifelong goal.
So my own standards for myself, then, of basically holding up a mirror to my mouth, and as long as there's a bit of condensation of breath there, that I'm doing well, is probably not pushing myself hard enough.
But another thing too that I do like, because I mentioned to you, I just re-listened to the Child of Chaos, because a couple weeks ago I went to Georgia, so I had a lot of drive time. Listening to it for the second time, after especially listening to the God of War as well, catching a few things. But the world you created is so three-dimensional and so fully realized. I feel it's not like a bunch of stick figures on a backdrop. You really created, and again, I've been binging a lot of geeky stuff. So not that this is a similarity, but I'm not trying to blow smoke at you. But when you look at what George Lucas did with Star Wars, he created this universe and this ecosystem where you can put stories and people into this universe, right? I feel you've done something similar to that with this whole chaos world of order and chaos and the different religions and all these struggles. It's kind of a medieval-ish, fantasy-ish, these things that we've seen, but your take on it is pretty interesting. But I feel like you just created a world that there's plenty of stories that can come into here. It's not a one-trick pony. I've enjoyed listening to it for the second time as an adult, listening to this young adult story. It's just done well. So thank you for that, because I really enjoyed it.
I really appreciate that. It means a lot. A lot of people have said similar things. They love the world that I put together. And in fact, I had the same realization after I made that first book, and then I kind of blow it all up at the end. I'm like, what the hell did I just do? What I should have done is blow up the world at the end of the trilogy, and so have all those stories that I could have told in that world before I blow it up. However, that's why I wrote the prequel. That's one of the reasons I wrote the prequel. It's like, I like this world. I want to tell more stories in it, so I'm going to go back in time and talk about the world when it was the way it was, and so House of Prophecy is my true sequel to actually both of those books. And I say in the preface, you need absolutely to have read Child of Chaos in order to understand what's going on in House of Prophecy, but you really should read Game of War, because Game of War was all the thinking I needed to do in order to move forward into House of Prophecy. So you'll see a lot of the same characters from Game of War, and obviously a lot of the same characters from Child of Chaos come back in House of Prophecy. House of Prophecy is like, you know, a family reunion of all these people, plus a bunch more. And it's big. And what I did in a lot of the edits in Child of Chaos is I added some elements in later edits that enabled that sequel. So now you get to see where the world can go, and it totally makes sense. And I even refer to very specific events in Child of Chaos, and this is why things are happening the way they are. And if you like the way the world was, then I won't give away too much, but you'll be very interested to find out what happens in the next book, which I believe is going to be called The Realm of Gods.
Okay. Now, I think Curtis even asked you in one of our previous interviews, did you have a planned finite run for this of so many books? And I don't remember the answer, though, but had you kind of planned it as a trilogy?
The answer is no. I had no idea. I thought the first book was going to be a one-shot and I was going to be done. But I do have a plan now, which is, I believe the Chronicles of Chaos will be a trilogy. It'll end with Realm of Gods. And then I think it's very likely that I will go back and I will finish Dantes' trilogy.
Okay.
So I will put 2 more books onto the Game of War series because I really like him. People really respond to him as a main character. They love him. So I kind of love the world the way it was back then. So I think I want to finish his story. And then after that, it depends if the series continues to be popular. And after that, I think I might do another trilogy at the end of the Chronicles of Chaos. It'll be something different, but it'll be its own thing. So that's kind of my loose plan right now. I mean, I'm only 3 books in, so we'll see. That's a lot of years out. We'll see how things are at that point.
Now, quick question for you. For developing, like, I know a lot of authors will spend actually more time writing the background of their world than actually ever gets published in the books, like far more. It's like a big research project. How much of that have you done? Like, is there a whole set of things that aren't actually going to make the books, but you've kind of figured out this is why things ended up the way they were?
I have not written a story Bible for this world. I know some people do. I am a planner in that I'm not a pantser, and you know those are the 2 different types of writers. Pantsers are the people who just write by the seat of their pants and just see what happens. They just sit down in front of a screen and just start writing. I can't do that. I've tried. If I don't know what's going to happen, I can't write, and it's really frustrating for me. So I will plot a whole book, and then I will outline each chapter as I get to it. So I go into detail about what this happened, and then I'll write that chapter. But as far as like the world and everything is concerned, I think a lot of this came, initially when I started writing the first book. But the fact that it took 20 years to write that first book helped me sort of understand what was going on. And that was a long time to marinate ideas and then come out on the other end. So a lot of that thinking was done in that time. I don't have a Bible, but I don't really need one. I kind of know.
You got a 20-year experience in your head that's kind of that Bible already. So.
Exactly.
Sorry, Steve, I cut you off there.
No, that's fine. I remember asking you about the recording process, and in one of your interviews you mentioned you went into your closet, which was filled with clothes. You turned off all the fans and air conditioners. Are you still recording in the closet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's my recording studio, and it's hot.
You did mention that you do all your own editing. I don't know that I asked you this, but what software are you using for your audio recording and editing?
Well, remember, I'm all about ROI, so I use GarageBand, which is free on the Apple.
I just didn't know if you're doing like Audacity or anything else, but yeah, that's another.
Well, no, I use Audacity for processing after the fact.
Okay.
But I use GarageBand for all the actual.
I use
editing.
GarageBand for all my musical stuff too. It's an excellent piece of free software.
Absolutely. And in fact, the biggest investment into that whole process for me now was I bought a new mic. Actually, I got it for Christmas last year. Didn't even open it up until just recently. It's a Rode, NT1A, something like that, and it's great. I was using a mic that I had in my garage from way back when I was in a group and I played keyboard in a group, and it worked. I guess it was fine, but this is way better.
Now,
I imagine it's probably a speech-based mic too.
Is it PC-based, that it's direct USB, or are you going through like an XLR studio mic to computer digital interface?
Yeah, I'm going through an interface.
Okay. Okay. So it's
it's the Scarlet something. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, I have
Performance, I think, or Scarlet.
It's Scarlet something. I wrote a blog entry about when I first started doing the audiobook, and I talk about all of this. I talk about the equipment I use and sort of my process of figuring out how to do all this stuff. It got so much better. The next one was so much better, and then this one is still even better. Partially because I have better equipment, but I just know I don't have to go and do volume leveling on every single piece of audio in there by hand. That was just a nightmare, but it was a lot of learning.
Right, and that blog is mysterium.blog for those watching now and listening later.
Yeah, if you scroll on there, you can actually see it's on the front page. Where is it? Keep going. Oh, how I made and released an audiobook on the Child of Chaos. Yeah, that has all that information.
Okay, so that's one of your blog posts here, where you're going to talk about the whole process doing the audiobook. Okay,
I talk about all the mistakes I made because those are the funnest things to read.
Right.
I do postmortems on like a lot of my high profile games and talk about the disasters they were. And how we reconciled all the problems that came up. And man, every game, especially games that have budgets of millions of dollars, they're all disasters. It's all a miracle to actually ship any of them because there's so many people involved, so many agendas you have to navigate.
So many egos to bruise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that was the mic that I used, that Pro
Series Audio Technica. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then you see the interface right there.
Yeah,
in that picture.
yeah. There you go. Yeah.
I have to say, I would really look forward to seeing your live recording video.
Here we are. Here you're in the closet with your.
That's me in the closet, and I still have the same blanket back there. And
that almost sounds like an REM song right there. That's me in the closet. That's me.
One thing I realized I had to do is it got so hot that the laptop started its internal fan started going off, and that was affecting the recording.
Yes.
So I had to put like a fur coat between me and the computer so we wouldn't hear the fan.
They talk about artists and their struggles. Well, this will go in your biography.
Right.
And believe me, I know I'm lucky to have a walk-in closet and an ability to do this. A lot of people actually do it in their car, I think. They find that that's the quietest.
Well, hopefully they're not driving. Right, just parked with the wind. Yeah, I actually tried doing like just the on the iPhone, the audio recording, but while I was driving, we tried doing some pilot podcasts in there. But you can just hear all the vehicle noise and everything else. So just, not bad. So one thing I do see here, the problem I struggle with, I don't have to do a lot of audio editing, but I do everything in Audacity, and Audacity is just very linear. And there's no visual cues to know where stuff is. So here I can see that you've got it broken down into tracks. So at least, because to me, I have to do things visually. So I would imagine now doing it in Garage. Now, do you have different tracks for different characters too, where you can have them on different layers and levels of the whole thing? Or are you doing it that fancily, or?
Well, no, it depends on if that character has any effects placed on them. So if like I have a god speaking, and that god needs extra reverb and echo, and or maybe even put a little bit more bass on them or something, then I will drop that into a separate track, and I will apply those effects on that track.
Yeah, okay. GarageBand's got so many nice plugins for this kind of stuff. They're all free too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, lots of good stuff to chew on here in the Mysterium blog, especially like when you go over like your newer game, the PC game history. These were some really good titles with Legend Entertainment. So here people can scroll through and read about the books that inspired the game and the game development process. I was kind of glancing at the one for Unreal 2 because I'm a fan of the original Unreal video game when it first came out, and now the Unreal Engine is pretty much what everybody uses for everything.
Yeah, right.
That's a wheel that's invented, and you even mentioned in one of your last interviews that nowadays anybody can make a game with these engines. So yeah, there's tools out there now that make our life easier.
It's interesting. Those postmortems, the sort of behind the scenes articles, keep getting referenced by journalists. Because if there's some interest in one of the games that I worked on, like Wheel of Time has gotten a lot of interest because of the TV show and because of it was a 20th anniversary of the game. And so some people had no idea sort of what went on in making that game. and they managed to get one guy managed to get a copy of a fax that Robert Jordan sent to us that was not favorable. I mean, he did not like what we were doing, or some of the ideas that we were considering, and he sent this to us, and it was really scathing. And he decided to write a whole article about that. And I said, well, you don't understand the full picture behind what happened around that. You really need to read this. And so he ended up producing this whole video that effectively was my article. Because once he figured out all that stuff, he thought it was so interesting that he really wanted to share it with other people. So people keep coming back. And another guy did the same thing about Deathgate. He was sort of a guy who talked about sort of older adventure games, and then he found my article and found out all this stuff about what happened, why I decided to use all the books in one game rather than just one book, and so it's been really useful for a lot of people having those articles on there.
Plus, I think it really helps too. Like especially if a journalist is trying to write an article on something, if they can get multiple viewpoints. So they saw this original facts and got a snapshot in time of what Robert thought at that exact moment, and then you have your blog to kind of go through the background story, what happened before and after. And if there's even some other people that were involved in the project that published something at some point or another, like I know some of the Apple blogs have some of the really early stuff from all the developers back in 82, 83, 84. And there's some fascinating stuff on there as well. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons we do this interview series all the time here, is to get these background stories before they're gone type thing, or forgotten.
Well, and absolutely that fax was a disaster. I keep saying every game has its disasters, and it's really a question of how you deal with them. The end result, Robert Jordan came out publicly and said he loved it, wanted to see us making more games with his work. So it's like, yeah, you can take that slice in that moment, and it feels like the sky is falling at that moment, but you figure out how to get through it, and the end result was better for it. Because honestly, I think he was reacting to the possibility that we would do an adventure game in his world, and he didn't want us to do an adventure game in his world. He knew that the market wasn't there. He wanted something else. And so, I mean, you can read the article about Wheel of Time, and it'll tell you how we got him to the first-person shooter that we ended up being, and which was really, really well received, and probably got him a lot more audience. I mean, he didn't need it. He's Robert Jordan, but
no, but
it introduced a lot of people to his work.
Yeah, because there's so many things going on right now. Like with the latest season of Stranger Things is introducing people to an artist from like 80s and the 90s that this younger generation might not have heard of either too. So just because, so there's a lot of that going on now, which is kind of cool. And just think about even like when Iron Man first hit theaters, just bringing like AC/DC soundtrack to the Iron Man stuff for a whole new generation. Isn't that song from that Iron Man movie? Well, yes, but it is, but
yes,
yeah.
Another recent example of this, and this is actually about authors too. I mean, Neil Gaiman has been for 30 years hoping to make Sandman into something out of the original 75 issue series. And he had to reject tons of stuff before because people are trying to compress it in a movie. Well, you can't. There's too much happening, or you're going to skip so much stuff, you're going to lose it all. And it took him like 30 years to finally get to something where, okay, we're going to make it into an ongoing series, and we've actually got a good budget for it, and they're going to let Neil be active in actually producing it. Now he actually finally loves it type thing. So.
I have a lot to say about that, honestly. I mean, I'm a huge Neil Gaiman fan, and I'm really glad that Sandman was the one where he ended up in the position he was. So like American Gods was kind of a fiasco, and it was fine for what it was, but it wasn't sort of what it could have been.
It wasn't great. It was just like bubblegum.
But Sandman is sort of the property. I tried to get that property to make an adventure game of way back when I was searching for properties, and we just never got any traction. But to see now that series come out, it is like I've been waiting for it as long as he has.
Yep, me too. I still have the original comics, like not the graphic novel collections, the original issues.
I have number one. So I walked in the first day it came out, and I asked the comic book guy, so I need a new series. Tell me what to get. And he said, you should get Sandman. I'm like, all right. I bought Sandman number one, and I've been with it ever since.
Yep, same here.
What happened to Legend Entertainment? Did it just evaporate at some point in time?
So Legend Entertainment, I was there, I think 14 years. And it was sort of an oasis where we were able to make some really incredible games without being our own masters. But, being your own, we needed money. And so we ended up, being a developer for publishers, and then being acquired by a publisher, which was GT. and we published both Wheel of Time and Unreal 2 through GT. GT got acquired by Atari, which was Atari/Infogram. Infogram was a French company that bought the name Atari, and they were, I want to say evil, but I don't know if I should. They were not good people, and they ended up just running everything into the ground, and they shut down all of the domestic development. And we were one of the casualties. We were one of the earlier casualties for that, and it was a real shame. But their influence was really hard. I think I talked about that. There was I don't know if I should go into details, but I talk a little bit about this in the Unreal 2 story. If you go on my blog, you can see. But the way that they maneuvered my boss into effectively lying to Epic about what was possible to make this game in order to make a deadline that they wanted us to make, I lost all respect for him. I just couldn't believe it. It felt to me like truly evil. You know, I was more idealistic back then, I suppose, but it was, I just, anyway, we got shut down, and then I moved on to a different company and, you know, made Star Trek Online and did a lot of other things. But I didn't realize what an oasis we had with Legend that could last that long, like, you know, 15 years. Other companies were just coming up and then going away and then coming up and going away. It's very few companies that just stuck around that were actually, you know, solvent enough to stay the course.
I mean, there are a few names like Atari, et cetera, Activision are still around, but they're not the same company anymore.
Well, that Atari is definitely nothing like what it started as. I mean, you have like Activision, which is also a little evil from what I know. But you have big companies, you know, Bungie ended up becoming big enough too big to fail. You have Blizzard, you know, so they're the big names that are still out there. But a lot of the sort of mid-tier companies just went away.
Well, even Bungie, like Bungie got bought out by Microsoft because they were independent before that, weren't they?
Well, they're back though. They bought
kind of
themselves back.
Bungie, because Bungie ended up moving away from Halo to the other Destiny game, which so they went cross-platform, things like that. So yeah, Bungie kind of went back, and there was 343 Studios.
But they did not like their relationship with Microsoft. They bought themselves back from that. But I remember I actually interviewed with Bungie at one point, and they told me they were like constantly apologizing for Microsoft, and I was like, why are you doing that? I don't have any problem with Microsoft, but clearly they did, and they eventually severed that relationship. So they basically gave them Halo and then went their own way.
Interesting. So do you play any games now, even casual? Are you playing any console or PC games now?
I don't play a wide variety of games again, but I play the hell out of the ones I have. So I play, you know, if you asked me this before, it might have been the same answer. I play Hearthstone like every day, and I play Call of Duty.
Okay.
You know, but that's mostly what I do. Other than that, it's like, you know, smaller, you know, casual games that you probably don't know of. But so yeah, I try to play when I can, but you know, I don't have a ton of time to invest in a huge game anymore.
And I know this question was asked before, but we'll ask it again because maybe you might have changed your mind, or for somebody who didn't hear the other interviews. But of all the games that you developed and designed on the time of the Coco, what would you say now are your favorite ones, either that you made or that you published? And I want to see if that answer has changed since the last interview.
I haven't added anything, so it's definitely the same world of games that I'd be choosing from. I mean, personally, the ones that I developed, I'd say the pinnacle for me would be sort of Quest of the Star-Lord for adventure games and Kyum-Gai to be Ninja for arcade games. But I think, you know, people surpassed me in terms of their what they brought to their games, and I really enjoyed like the Contras. I thought was really well done. We finally finished that up. You know, it's storied history. We should write up, you know, the story of the Contras at some point. And
you did discuss some of it last time you were on.
Right. Sinistaar I thought was great, and you know, I think all of our games are good. I wouldn't have released them if I didn't. So I guess that would be the world of favorites if I had to choose some.
Very
now,
cool.
One thing you'd mentioned before too, that you were doing some teaching of game design at a local college.
Well,
are you still doing any?
UC Berkeley is local, but it's still UC Berkeley.
Yeah. So, I know that was kind of shut down for COVID. Is that coming back on, or is that something you still have time for? With the books and
It's
stuff?
I don't think they're bringing it back. I think the program that relied on the income from those things, I just don't think survived. So it's a shame. I had a lot of fun doing that, and maybe if they bring it back at some point, I would be happy to be involved. But until then, I'm not teaching.
That's too bad. That was something. It sounded like it was a real passion project for you. So.
And it sounded like I was, again, I re-listened to that interview, but the fact that you went over game design and you had people doing pitches, and then you went on field trips and all these things, I'm like, man, I wanted to be in that class. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, why didn't we have any of those here at my university?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah, I heard that a lot. People would see my write-up again on Mysterium.blog. I wrote up some of the things that we got to do, and people were like, I want to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, our comp sci class is like, here's your 15th way to do a sort, type of thing. So.
Yeah, and actually we got to the end, and there's always the reward after everything. The reward at one point was a visit to the pinball museum. So everyone got to play unlimited pinball in this place. And then I started taking them to MADE, which is the Museum of Art and Digital Experience, something like that, which has like every game ever made. And all the systems to play them on. And so you can just sit down. They have like stand-up arcade games. They have all the consoles. And you just look at this library, pick what you want, and play it. So the kids had a blast.
That is cool. That's cool. That seems very enriching. And they were like international students too, right? Not just local Californians.
Yeah, actually, the Americans were in the minority. I think I only had like 2 Americans every time out of like 20 kids.
Yeah, I really hope there's some way to bring that back, because like I said, that's really sounded like a passion project for you, and the rest of us are all jealous of all these students. So,
and on the upside, MADE, which is the place I was just describing, they went away for like a couple of years because they didn't have the funding. I think they lost their building. Now they are back. They went into a bigger place. They're fully funded, and they're ready for me to come bring more people. So if you're in the Oakland area, and you want to see that place, you can. It's open to the public. You should absolutely go.
Cool.
Does anybody on the panel have any questions for Glenn about the Coco days or the book, the novel era now? And I know, Mark, you mentioned you had read, Mark Overholzer, you mentioned you had read some of the novels. Do we have any questions, comments, criticisms, feedback for Mr. Dahlgren?
I've read much, much worse.
Damning with faint praise, I think that's
left-handed.
No, actually, I like the pacing. I like the pacing, and I like the language. I mean, I'm probably a little bit snooty, and I definitely, being Asperger's, I'm kind of, I like proper usage, where, you say I, them, and I, and, all the little things that make the language read nicely. So, yeah, there's a lot of people that take a lot of liberties with that, either due to ignorance or sometimes they're trying to make a point. But no, your stuff always reads very fluently, so I always feel very comfortable. And I like the environment that you've created, the worlds that you've created.
I appreciate that. About the pacing, I found this out later, but YA tends to be really fast-paced. It also tends to be first-person, which I will absolutely not do. That's just not I don't like reading first person. I don't like writing first person. But the pacing is always really fast paced. Someone described it as you feel like you're being hit in the face every page. And I kind of realized that's just how I like to write. It may be YA and maybe their expectation, and that's great. But if it's not really moving the story forward, I don't want to write it. I see these big scenes in my head, and I want to get to them. So I don't want to spend a lot of time just sort of hanging out in an area describing stuff. I want to move. And so even though my books end up being like 120,000 words, which is another definition of YA that I don't follow. YA is usually, I think, 80,000 or less for a novel, and I just can't do that. And I won't take a book and divide it in the middle and call that a novel, because every one of my books has a definitive end. Even if it's part of a larger series, that book, that story is done when you get there. And I don't want to. Yeah, I won't sacrifice that. And so, yeah, I am filling up 120,000 words with hitting you in the face every page. But that's, and I like that. That's what I want to do.
That's if it keeps moving along, people get sucked into it. They're gonna not notice that it's half again as long as it should be. They're gonna be so immersed in it.
And I've heard a lot of people say that they couldn't sleep. They had to finish the book for like the last few chapters in each of my books. So that I think that's a good sign. I'm causing a lot of sleeplessness.
And I don't want to give away too many spoilers on the books that are out, and I'm not asking you to give any spoilers on the new one yet, but I just kind of some thoughts that were running through my mind. Is it safe to say that we can say that the kind of opposing forces of Child of Chaos are order and chaos, and that's not giving away too much there? When I was thinking about chaos, I was thinking about the genie in the bottle. And the genie, if you ever, in the kind of mythology, if you ever find a genie, you have a couple of choices. You can have your wishes granted and keep the genie prisoner, or you can set the genie free, right? And now if you set the genie free, what's going to happen? Are they going to exact revenge and their wrath on the world for keeping them a prisoner so long? Or are they going to just move forward and just be happy? So those kind of parallels of chaos and the genie in the bottle were kind of crossing my mind as I was thinking about it, especially on the second listen through. And I don't know if that's intentional or unintentional, or that's just me putting things together that don't need to be, but that was kind of running through my mind with the kind of climax of what happens to chaos at the end of Child of Chaos.
So, you could think of it in terms of a genie. You could think of it in terms of like Pandora's box. You have no idea what's going to happen if you flip that switch. So, talking a little bit about so you're talking pretty much about the first book, about Child of Chaos.
Yes.
I wanted that to be not really a traditional story. Traditional story is about good versus evil. And in this world, those two things are effectively the same. Good is one temple, evil is another temple, but they're both pretty much order. And people think of chaos as this bad thing. It's what's going to destroy everything and whatever. And especially in this society, people think of chaos as something bad. But the truth is that chaos is necessary. And if you don't have chaos, then you don't have creativity, then you don't have change. And that's kind of the message of that book. It's like, what happens when you remove that element of inspiration, that element of creativity from the world? And what happens to the people who have those things in them? What do you do to them to keep your society from changing? And so that's that story. And that's actually the seed. The initial seed was, what if good and evil were effectively the same? And and what would happen in a society that was like that? And I kind of like sort of exploring that. And the other books explore different themes. Like Game of War kind of explores. I hate saying this because I don't want to imply more than I'm saying, but it's kind of like Faithless Lives Matter. And
true.
So, right. It's about what is the value of a human life, regardless of these sort of the labels that you put on that person, and the value that you would put on that person based on who they are in society. And so that's what that whole book is about. And Dantes, he's a very different character than Galen. Galen, he's all about creativity. He wants to change the world. Dantes just wants to save people. He's trying to save lives. That's all he's doing. He's a protector. He's a true warrior.
Right.
But those are very different characters, and they have very different philosophies. And so for everyone who's read those books, why is Dantes helping Galen as he does in Child of Chaos? Because he's a priest of order. One would think that he wouldn't be doing that. And in fact, he does have his reasons. That's what comes up in House of Prophecy. It's like we have these two characters, these two philosophies. What happens when they clash? Because they're going to. They're friends, but there are issues there. And I realized that as I was starting to write this book. I'm like, I haven't dealt with this yet. And I have to, because it's huge. It's bigger than almost anything that's come before it. It's the two major philosophies of the world. So anyone who has read those books and is interested in that, you definitely want to see what happens in House of Prophecy.
Excellent. There is a question in the live chat from David Lord. He wants to know, what do you prefer, writing? I'm assuming writing novels or programming?
Or programming designing, I guess.
Yeah, programming / designing. Yeah.
Actually, I really enjoyed programming when I did it, but it's been a long time. And designing, honestly, it's kind of the same thing in my mind, because I really enjoy designing games where I'm working with a team of people, because then I can have people who are way more talented than I making stuff based on my ideas. So I have artists, I have engineers, I have,
musicians,
producers, musicians, voice actors. All of those people are bringing my dream to life. And that's awesome. There's nothing better than that. But the actual sort of step-by-step design process is really kind of awesome when you get to the other end of it. So when you figured out, like the Game of War, in the Game of War book is an actual game, and I designed that, and I kind of want to play it. I kind of want to make it into a playable computer game. But I didn't know what it was going to be before I started. I figured, okay, they're going to have some war games, and then I designed the game, and it took a while. But once I got to the end of it, it was like it felt really good. Every time Warren and Dantes, figure something out, like Warren figures out what he does in the mines, and it was awesome designing that, because I knew it would be a wonderful experience to read. So I have those same sort of aha moments, and they provide the same kind of feeling for me. Just that explosion of creativity. So I got that in both. And if I didn't have novels at this point, I don't know where I would be getting that feed. My creative needs fulfilled.
The
right?
dopamine fix, right? So
exactly.
Another thing, thinking about Warren, and I don't want to give anything away, but we'll just say that Warren's skills are more of a strategist than out of a warrior. And I was thinking about when you look at the movie 300 and the Spartans, where they would take babies who were born with like a gimpy arm and just throw them off a cliff because they weren't able to be part of we needed just men, big, strong, burly men, because we're a warrior nation. We need to build this physical army. And if Dantes had that philosophy with Warren, he's not a good warrior. He's not going to be good for my squad. He saw the value of the strategist in him and didn't have that Spartan mentality. Now, he had other motivations and incentives too, but at his core, the value was, you're not going to be the strongest, shield in the phalanx, but your strategy, your mind is equally as important to your skill with the spear. I like that dynamic and that element of that character, and Dante's ability to see that value too. It was kind of cool.
So I will say that I think it was Brandon Sanderson that said every combat scene needs to answer a question. So if you're just having people fight, it's not interesting. And I know that there are lots of people out there that write their books about wars and what have you. And I needed to figure out a way that every fight sequence would serve a purpose. And so that's why every time Dantes gets into fights, and even in House of Prophecy, I have more of that kind of thing. It's all scripted so that not only does it serve a purpose, but there's a point to the combat. You see its progression. You see why someone wins, because they take advantage of a weakness of somebody, or they identify something. So it's every fight is like a puzzle, and I love that, because it's not about the fight for me. I don't enjoy writing fight scenes. That doesn't really fulfill anything for me. But what I enjoy is the game design aspect of it. It's like, why did that guy win? What did he overcome in order to get to success? And so people seem to react really well to that. They respond to the deeper fight scenes. And in Game of War, there's a lot, but there are more coming in House of Prophecy.
So would you say the stakes are higher in book 3 at this point?
Well, the stakes were pretty high in Child of Chaos, but yes, the stakes are for a large part of the world. The stakes are very high in House of Prophecy. We get to see, so what happened at the end of Child of Chaos. There are direct implications of what happened for all of the people involved, and you see why the things that happened, what things they triggered. And so it's not just the obvious. It's not just that what happened, but it's lots of other things. And we get to talk about the implications of prophecy. So I sort of throw prophecy in there in Child of Chaos. I don't really go into depth as to what the prophecy was or what it entailed or even how it's created. But here, you find out a hell of a lot more about what prophecy means. And it's one of the themes I like to talk about, which is misinformation and who curates and disseminates information. All of that is about I deal with that in terms of prophecy.
Okay, interesting. Let's just remind everybody why you're here and how they can engage with some of that. So if you're just tuning in, we are talking with Glen Dahlgren, who is originally from Sundog Systems from the Color Computer, brought us many quality games for the Color Computer 2 and 3, went on to generate a bunch of more quality games for the personal computer and mobile devices. And we're now about to release his third novel, which is called The House of Prophecy. So number one, if you're interested in these stories that we're talking about right now, and you'd like to get your own physical copies of these books in hardcover or paperback and even autographed by the author, you can go to mysterium.blog. And then you're going to click on the store tab, which will bring up the store here where you can see these different things. And when you go to checkout, you can use a coupon code. You can type in CoCoTALK in all caps. Or if you're listening to my other show, which is called Culture Goes Pop, you can type in CGP in all caps to get 15% off of hard copy and soft copies of Glen's books on the Mysterium blog store. For those of you who are fans of what Glen did with Sundog Systems and you'd like to own a piece of history, he's got a very cool contest also on his blog, mysterium.blog. If you click on the HOP, House of Prophecy raffle, these are the games you can win. Signed copies of new old stock of Sundog Systems games, still in the bag, still have that brand new video game smell to them when you crack it open. You can enter for free by joining a mailing list. You can enter for free by writing a review of a book that you've already read or listened to. And you can also get more entries on the Wheel of Fortune by pre-ordering or purchasing one of his books here. So all of the details there are on Glen's site. So check that out and get a chance to win some signed copies of these games for your collection. And I'll also remind everybody that Glen was kind enough to he's going to be donating one to the Glenside Color Computer Club. So this will be an auction item next year at Coco Fest. You'll be able to auction off a signed copy of the Contras. Not only a great game, but also a game with a little bit of controversy in the development and delivery of it, which we've discussed in the past, and maybe we can discuss again. Glen's got some really incredible novels that were inspired from Dungeons and Dragons, playing that game, which inspired him to write stories and modules, which inspired him to write adventure games, which got him into the career of adventure games. And then he started developing adventure games based on literary properties. And now he's got his own literary properties. So we've all come full circle at this point.
We're just waiting for the game of this series.
Now we just need the streaming series of all of this. And the video game, which, by the way, I won't... You did. I'm not going to hold you to this, but when you sent me a signed copy of the Game of War, you said, "Wouldn't this be cool to see this game on the Coco?" And absolutely, it would. But it would be even cooler to see it on a system that could render it much more adequately for modern game playing audiences. So,
and we should say it's our intention to spin that wheel here on CoCoTALK.
Yes, in 2 weeks.
On the 27th.
So if you enter that contest, your name will get put up on the virtual wheel, the wheel of prizes, and that wheel will be spun live, and the winners of the contest will be announced live in 2 weeks, which is again on the, you just said it, but I forgot, the 27th. So August 27th, 2 weeks from now, which is the day before the third novel drops, right? The novel's dropping on the 28th?
28th, that's correct.
Right. And the email to submit this information, as David Ladd is asking, is GlenDahlgren@gmail.com. So his name is up here on the screen, but it's GlenDahlgren@gmail.com. Now's probably a good time to maybe do a commercial break. And then I'm not sure how much time you have left, Glenn, yourself, and I'm not sure how many more questions we have from our panel and our audience, but maybe we can open it up, because I feel we spent a fair amount of time now talking about the books, which I'm happy to talk more about too, but I'm sure this is people saying, well, this is Coco Talk. When are you going to talk about some Coco stuff, right? So we can maybe rehash some of the memories and stories and stuff on the Coco side of things. How much time do you have left for us?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Actually, Stevie, if you want to kind of like cut it off, so a commercial break, we'll get into more Coco stuff. I do have one last question on the book I would like to ask.
Well, go ahead. We'll do that before the break.
Okay. So I know you had some pretty big name authors review your earlier books and give you grave reviews, Piers Anthony being one. Have you had the same response from any big authors on the third book here?
So, I mean, it depends on what you mean by big authors, but in being an indie fantasy author, I have made friendships with a lot of other, fairly successful fantasy authors in the indie scene. So you'll notice on the dust cover for House of Prophecy, the hardback, you're going to see a bunch of reviews about the series, praise for the Chronicles of Chaos. I'm just collecting a lot of those quotes now. But like, Dan Zangari and Evelyn Porto. I mean, these are people you may not have heard of. They're not, old time, big New York Times best-selling authors, but they are really talented and have their own followings. And I'm really happy that they are going with me on this journey, that they're reading my books and enjoying it. So, so I, I don't have Piers Anthony, but I am really happy with sort of who's reading my books at this point.
Okay.
Very cool. All right, so we'll take a quick break. We're going to thank our patron sponsors and then take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with maybe some Coco questions and maybe some more novel questions. And I know everyone else is waiting for the Game On results from this week as well, and so we got more Coco talk to come after these words. Thanks for being here, Glen Dahlgren. So let's go ahead and cue the patrons and then a commercial. Here we go. Coco Talk would like to sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Boat and Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Brian Walsh, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daddy Burrito, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant B., Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Jay Style, Ken Reichert, Malfunct, Melly, Michael Pitsley, Mike Rayburn, OG Hugo, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Retro Tech Time, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching Coco Talk, the world's leading live Coco Talk show.
ESP 8266-01 RS232 TTL Wi-Fi network, 4-pin DIN, Fitbanger, DB9, PC IP, DriveWire.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here with you. And in case you didn't know, I've actually got merchandise, right? So I've got now 2 DVDs. This was my first DVD I released last year for the 25th anniversary Last Chicago Coco Fest. This features 20 videos and 3 hours of color computer game videos. This is my second DVD. This is a brand new one for the 2017 Last Chicago Coco Fest. And this one features 13 brand new color computer gameplay videos that you won't see anywhere else.
RoboCop.
Ooh, RoboCop. Gotcha, sucker. This is not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, I did it. Oh, freaking right. Look at that. I made it past Yellow Belt. Very cool. Oh, crap. I am getting the crap freaking bombed the hell out of me here. Okay, the square guy looks kind of like a puckering sphincter. All right, there we go. Game over.
Oh, that didn't last long.
That's what she said. Okay, so I've got to jump over the spikes and under the ball. So, if you like my videos and you want to help support a starving artist, head on over to 8bit256.com and grab yourself a copy of one or both of these DVDs because they're both awesome. And if you like color computer gameplay videos, you might like these DVDs. So check them out. Thanks for watching my videos, everybody.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3SCARTcable.com.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
Oh yeah, that Fletcher is going to go far.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
Okay, we are back, everybody, with Glen Dahlgren, who is a game developer, game designer, author, musician, teacher of young, impressionable minds, and so much more. In the Coco world, he's probably most well known for Sundog Systems and a plethora of high-quality video games that he released. And let me just real quick just say hi to some of the people who have been watching us live, because it's been a whirlwind of chat comments while this interview has been going on. But Kevin Holloway has been out here from the very beginning. L. Curtis Boyle is here. Jim Rye is here. Hello, Jim Rye. Brian Walsh is here. And Marco. Tom Eric Gunderson from Norway, our international attendee, is here. Mikey Furman from California, right? Mikey, he likes it. He likes it. He's here. David Lord is here.
Big thank you to Mikey for covering VCF West for us too.
That's right. Mark Siegel, Coco 3 product manager from Tandy, is here. Hello, Mark Siegel. Rocky Hill in Miami, my stomping grounds, is here. Brian Weasler, who bought 3 books and also bought something else. Brian Weasler's the shopper of the day. Mark Bosley's out there. Hey, Mark Bosley. And David Lord, I think he's asking, are pens still available? I guess we're talking about autographing the books. Are pens still available? Mine are all dried up. So, yeah.
That's for the CGP 115.
Oh, the CG. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. TJB Chris is out here, YouTube celebrity. And Ken Reichard. Ken Make It is out there. Brian Weasler, David Lord. And I don't know why I'm getting a message on my Xbox there. Okay, here we go. Brian Weasler, Christine. How do I get rid of that crap? Okay, Christine is here. Christine Sharon H is here. Alexander Wallace from Mexico is here. Even more of an international audience right now. Here's some plugs to Glen's sites. So Mysterium.blog. Rocky Hill is here. We mentioned that. Who else? A lot of people are here, right? Mikey was mentioning when you were talking about that museum, he said, I hope the museum is in a good part of Oakland. The industrial areas around I-880 are so dangerous and scary. So hopefully that museum is in a more safer part of town.
I believe it is. I haven't been there, but the old place was just fine. I don't know if this is relevant, but my wife works for Kaiser Permanente, and they have their offices, their headquarters in Oakland, and they have put a lot of money into revitalizing the area, working with homeless. I'm really happy with. I'm very proud of the organization that my wife works for, as far as that's concerned.
Very cool. Very cool. And of course now David Ladd, who I wonder if David's still on the panel, but yeah, David's our floppy. Let's just say he has a floppy fetish. He knows more about floppies, and he is more excited about floppies than should be humanly possible, and is technically not even legal in certain states and counties.
Hey.
But he says, I would be interested in the technical information on the copy protection of the Sundog games, because you know he loves floppy tech. Is there anything you can remember about any of that, Glen?
Yeah, absolutely. So I used some commercially available copy protection for a while, and then a college buddy of mine who was just a really amazing engineer. He was just, for fun, he really loved getting down into the nitty-gritty of the hardware. And we figured out a way to write information on the disc that was like the full track. It didn't bother going by sectors, and you could only do it in a certain way. And so we decided, but after a while, it started losing coherence on that track. So you couldn't put a lot of information on there, but you could put enough so that we grabbed like a little piece of it and then verified that that piece was what we wanted it to be. Now, if it didn't read it, then it would have a problem. But if it did read it and the information wasn't correct, then we messed with you. So we would like start changing some data tables and making it so that the game played wrong. And so if we found out that you were a pirate, your experience was not as good as it could have been. So that was a lot of fun. Oh, and the guy's name was Tom Mortel. Really good guy.
Did that answer your question, David Ladd?
Oh, yes.
And that's
David's day.
That is not at all creepy at all.
Hey, you know, when Steve Bjork wants to say, "Hey, could you do some Halloween prop voices?" You know, it's like, I got a job.
Being creepy in real life pays off eventually, right? So
now I'm trying to remember, Glenn, going on to the copy protection thing. Eventually, your games, like when you got kind of out of Sundog, your games, I think you licensed. I can't remember if you did it to Coco Pro as well, but you did for sure did it with Jim Davis at one point, and he was kind of selling them. But I think the copy protection was removed at that point, just because the market was so small, people didn't want their discs to crash.
Yeah, well, yeah. So when I did that license, I made it so that he could obviously make his own copies. It's very possible that I gave him, I think I had 2 versions of each, and I gave him the one that didn't have copy protection on them. Now, obviously, you know, all of these, the prizes still have copy protection because they're, you know, originally made back in the day. So, so yeah, I think that may be true. I wasn't quite as worried about piracy at that point, but
yeah, I think the worry back then was, you know, the market's shrinking so much. How long is it going to be around if your disc screws up? Like, where are you going to replace it? You know, because there was no understanding that, you know, retro would become big later in the future.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I totally get that.
How did
you? And for me, the biggest thing too is 5 1/4 drives are harder to get, but I've got like a whole stack of 3 1/2s. And I've actually got several of the Sundog games, and I do want to transfer them from the 5 1/4 to the 3 1/2. So I'm trying to find the best way to make that happen and still have it usable.
Yeah, I don't know if I could help you in that. I mean, I think people have made images of them at this point, but I haven't.
Yeah,
really
the
kept
grease
track.
weasels and you know, hardware like that actually does copy all that stuff. Yours, Dave Dies with his 1024 byte sector tracks and all that kind of stuff. With all that stuff is copyable.
There you go. There was something I was going to ask and then I completely forgot. Okay,
so normal.
Yeah, so we did cover the floppy tech. Oh yeah,
Actually,
my question was this: how did you mass produce those, since you have that kind of built-in anomaly on the surface of the disk?
Yeah, so we used I can't remember the name of the utility, but it's something that loads the whole thing up into 512K, just dumps them onto a disk normally, and then a utility just blasts that first track, and that ends up being, because it's on the first track, you can't copy it, but the rest of it's normal. It's just that first track that's missing.
Okay, so you did a normal copy to mass produce them, then you went back and you put the protection on that other track. So
Exactly.
It's a 2-phase process.
That's right.
Okay, clever.
Okay, my next question on your later games on the Coco 3, you put in that really cool, you know, the Sundog Systems logo comes scrolling up. Like, what gave you the idea for that?
I think that was actually Tom Mortel too. You know, the same guy. He was just really interested in being involved without actually wanting to write anything. He just wanted to go in and poke his fingers in there. I tried to get him to write some software, but he didn't even have a Coco. He was just a really smart guy who just liked to poke his fingers and stuff. And so he made that little algorithm, and I said, that looks cool. Let's do that.
Yeah, because I remember the first time I bought one directly from you and your brother actually at Rainbow Fest, and I took it home and I saw that screen for the first time. I was, oh wow, this is cool. Because most people, you might do a plain 32 by 16 text block graphic type thing at worst, and then you might have just a static screen, but you have this whole scrolling, it puts the logo together type thing. And did you draw that logo yourself, and what inspired the logo?
No, I had a local artist put that logo together for me. He was the same guy who did the covers for a lot of the Sinistaar cover. See it there, and he did the Kyum-Gai cover and White Fire Fraternity. Actually, White Fire Fraternity is one of my favorites of his. And he was just a guy literally down the street, around the corner, and he just made art. And he charged me like $50 per picture. So, ROI. That's
yeah. So you didn't have a sister hanging around like Dave did for his then. So.
No. I just had a guy. I don't even remember how I found him. I think maybe I was delivering papers or something. And I happened to talk to him. I don't remember.
This was before we had things like Fiverr, where you could put out a bid for a logo, right?
Back when we had newspapers too.
Do we have more questions about Sundog or about some of the other PC games, things like Unreal, Wheel of Time, things like that from the panel or from the audience?
I have one, and I can't remember if I've asked this before. So, Steve, if you've listened to these more recently, then you can tell me if I just am not remembering. But one thing I've been trying to do on later interviews is trying to see if there's any unreleased projects, either because the company shut down before the project got released, or you decided it was the wrong direction to go, or it just wasn't technically possible to get your dream across as to what you were trying to do. Is there any ideas or designs for games that at least got started that you did that you kind of regret didn't fully come out?
For the Coco, I don't think so. I think I did everything that I was intending to do with the Coco. If it's possible I had projects in mind that I didn't follow up on, but I don't remember. For the PC, there were a number of things that I worked on that I would have loved to have seen. Endgame was one of them. I actually had a lot of art and stuff for Endgame. I had planned on writing a whole article about that. It was going to be awesome. Also, what's interesting here is I did a whole pitch for something called Angry Birds Space Assault.
Yeah, this is actually on your blog. So on your blog, you have a section called Coming Soon. And then under Unreleased, you have Rat Race, Angry Birds Space Assault,
right,
Endgame, Star Trek Ghost Ship, and Deadline. Now, these are probably way past the Coco time.
That's right. But what's interesting about Angry Birds Space Assault is that I got all the way to the point where I did a whole PowerPoint presentation, and I actually had a video of the game in operation. I mean, it wasn't playable, but it was a video of what it would look like if it were playable. And it's awesome. I mean, it's got sound effects and a little bit of music and everything. And I wanted to write up everything about that. And I never got to write the article. However, someone found that video on my blog site. I don't think there's any link to it. I don't know how he found it, but then he posted it on some Angry Birds site, and I would say it is the thing that gets the most traffic. Just going to this video that has never been released yet. So it's really fun. I would love to show it to you guys. It's like a minute or two in length, and I don't even know how to access it, but people have found their way to it.
When we go to spin the wheel for the contest winners, because we're be doing screen sharing and stuff, testing it.
Yeah, maybe you can find that. You got 2 weeks.
We can do that. That'd be awesome.
All right, I'll do that. It's really cool. In fact, Rovio, the people who did Angry Birds, they really wanted to make that game, and it was K-Lab, the company that I was working with, that put on the brakes. And it just wasn't Japanese enough for them. I think they were a Japanese company. They just didn't get it as much, even though they were the ones who put me in the room with Rovio and pitched this game.
That kind of ties, like we had a big special, our Dragon Talk special a year or so back. We actually had the Amigos, because they do a lot of reviews of games based in Europe and Japan and stuff. And one of the discussion points was how the cultures of those three different major things: the European market, the Japanese market, and the North American market, and how different their philosophies are in games. So I can see that, it would sound great to one company up here in North America and sounds terrible to somebody in Japan for the exact same game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were on board. I thought that could have been, again, I've worked on a lot of games that were really, really well received, but never had that one hit. I thought that could have been the hit. The Angry Birds, just working with that property would have been a lot of fun. And actually, it would have worked really well with their movie that released around the same time.
Yeah.
And so, but it just did not work out.
Now, one other thing I did want to ask you, since we found the original advert for the winners of the Color Computer Magazine programming contest, we haven't really described what Demon Cross was. It's an adventure game, we presume, but what was the theme, and was it text or graphical?
Yeah,
or...
it was text. It was, verb, noun, input, and that's about all I can tell you.
You don't remember the plot or anything?
It would just burn your soul if I told you more. So yeah, I cannot. I mean, I don't remember anything about that game. I'm sure it was not great.
Well, it must have been pretty good. You got honored in the finalists there.
It was good enough to get onto the finalist list, but I just did not remember anything about it. I'm sure I got better than that over time.
So there's no Demon Cross novel coming out, obviously. Then
not that I'm announcing. Actually, you have the cover of Child of Chaos on there right now, and I should talk a little bit about, and that's this one,
the original one,
right? The original one. I should talk a little bit about the evolution between that and what happened. So, I really liked the original cover, and then this is the one that it ended up becoming. But it didn't speak to my audience as well. I got a lot of people saying that, the typography wasn't great, but also that it felt really middle grade. And so I ended up just chatting with a studio called Nibble Art, and they're out in the Ukraine. And they've been, obviously they're in the middle of it. Their country is at war, but they are continuing to produce wonderful work. I don't know if, they've made themselves safe somehow, because I keep asking about them and they keep saying everything's fine. But I decided, okay, screw it. I'm going to go full on YA. Whatever's popular in YA, that's what I'm going to make my cover, because I want to get sales, and I figured that's the way I'll reach my audience. And so we experimented along those lines. I put an object on there. I put the dice. I figured I'll focus on the dice rather than a character. And then I said, well, they gave me these flaming crates. And I said, no, they look like flaming crates. I don't understand that they're dice. So we need something in there to establish scale. So they put the hand under there. And then eventually, after a number of iterations, it became, and it's on there now. It became this. And this was not what YA expected. This was not sort of the L like everything else. And what I love about it is that it is different enough from everything that it absolutely stands out on a shelf. So if you are scanning, your eye will get drawn to that, but it feels like it still belongs in that genre. It definitely still feels fantasy. And what it also did was it established a language for my covers. So, basically you have a hand interacting with something interesting, and it's definitely fantasy, it's definitely magic, and each one has its own little color scheme. And then, House of Prophecy is pretty much the same thing. But I'm all about ROI, and Nibble Art, their prices were such that even if everything completely self-destructed, I was still kind of okay. But I just love working with those guys. They take art direction great. They will give you unlimited changes until you're done. They provide, ebook, paperback, hardback, audiobook, banners, bookmarks. They're wonderful. Anyway, my experience making covers has changed completely because of them. I just wanted to bring that up.
Right. And speaking of which, in the first interview, you were mentioning the woman's name, who's, I'm drawing a blank on right now, who did it, but you had worked with her in the video game world too. Do you remember her name? It was
yeah, that's Cindy Wetzel.
Cindy, right? So
and she was wonderful. I really enjoyed working with her. And the thing is, we both thought, we know how to make art. I'm an art director. She's an artist. We'll show these cover designers what's up. And
right.
Doesn't work that way. We did not know what we didn't know about cover design. And I eventually found out, I again loved working with her. She's a wonderful person. She's a great artist, but she wasn't a cover designer, and I needed someone who really understood typography.
And she wasn't
really
offended by the
understood-
change at that point too. You have a relationship with her, right? So
Yeah, absolutely. She knew. She was telling me, you know, if you need to go and get someone else to make your covers, I totally understand. And so yeah, we remained friends. I was a little bit worried about how to approach that, but ended up being just fine.
right. And one of the statements you had made in that first interview, which is still kind of poignant, and I think it's probably even truer today, but you said the cover makes a promise that the story needs to deliver on. And so now do you feel that these covers are making a better promise or a more accurate promise, or how do you want to phrase that? Or
the original cover is more accurate than any of the ones that follow. That said, both of the Child of Chaos and the Game of War, those are effectively both scenes from the book.
Mm-hmm.
House of Prophecy is more metaphorical.
Okay.
I mean, there are elements in there that are absolutely drawn from the book, and once you read it, you'll understand. But you know, is that seen in the book? I would say no.
Okay, now I have a question that's kind of a follow-up to some of the previous interviews too, because I know you were really excited when the first book came out and the second book about going out and doing book signings, seeing the book on shelves, and then of course COVID hit and everything fell apart as far as that goes. This time you actually are doing book signings because COVID's kind of like mostly over, at least safe enough for people to go out again. Have you had a chance to see your books on shelves now, or doing any signings on your older books now, as well as the upcoming ones that you're planning on doing? And what has been your feeling and reaction to doing that?
So yeah, I did one signing for Game of War when it was released, and that was at the Railroad Book Depot in Pittsburgh. I'm going back again to do a release for House of Prophecy, and I've got, I think, 2 or 3 others that I'm doing, which is awesome for House of Prophecy. But I've seen my book on local shelves as far away as like Carmel, California, because every time I go somewhere, I will bring some of the books and find out if the local stores would like to carry them. And most of them have some kind of agreement with local authors that they will put the book on shelves. So it's amazing. It's really cool to walk into a bookstore and see your book. I actually got into the Barnes and Noble, the local Barnes and Noble, because they had a local author place, and so yeah, it was one of my goals, absolutely, to see my books up there next to some, you know, the heavy hitters of fantasy. And I wouldn't say that I'm widespread, but if you're in the, you know, Concord, the Bay Area, there's a chance you might see my books on the shelves.
Yeah, because I know we've talked to some of the people that sold, you know, games through Tandy, like Rick and Dale and others here, and that was something they all mentioned. The first time they saw one of their cartridges on sale at a local Radio Shack store, it was just like the most amazing thing. So yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Do we have
so
more...
actually, since you are planning on doing some book signings, if you have specific dates, do you want to mention those in case anybody in the area to check them out?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me just check my.
Sorry, Stevie.
No, that's good. That's more important.
That's more so on. I have to look after release. So on the 28th is the launch. On the I think the Saturday after that, I actually will possibly be at Half Price Books in the Veranda shopping center. And I'm really looking forward to that. Half Price, they're all about the author. All they care about. They don't even want to sell the book. They want you to keep all the proceeds from your sales. They just want to be there and be part of the event, which is kind of really cool. And then on, I think it's the. Jeez, I might not have them all on here because I might think I just know them. On Saturday, September 10th, I'm at the Railroad Book Depot. And then I think it's the next weekend, I am at Reasonable Books in Lafayette, California. And there are a few others that I'm talking about. I'm actually planning on going to the local Comic-Con, which is Comic-Con, not Comic-Con, I don't think, in Concord in February. And this will be my first time actually having a table in a convention, in a show. And I'm really looking forward to that. I'm going to make some banners and You know, they say that you have to cosplay in order to get any attention. I don't know if I'm going to bring myself to do that, but I might. I might put like on a wizard cap or something. I'll do what I have to do.
I heard David Ladd doesn't mind doing cosplay. He might come by and dress up for you.
I don't know
Anybody's
who
welcome.
you've been talking to, but you better watch it there, sir.
He's got the right voice for some of the characters. I can just feel it.
So I guess I'll open it up for questions again. Let's just remind everybody. So if you are interested in getting any of Glen's novels and pre-ordering his new one, you can go to his mysterium.blog to order signed copies, hardback, softcover. You can use offer code CoCoTALK for 15% off at checkout, or if you're listening to the other podcasts, offer code CGP. Either or both of those codes will. Can we use both those codes and get 30% off by any chance?
You can try.
Double the discount.
And if it works, I will be very sad.
I think that would just cause chaos.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, we don't want to cause any chaos.
I should have said it prophesies it causes.
Right. So yeah, you can check out the novels there. You can pre-order, you can purchase, you can get signed copies. We're also doing a contest there too. So if you go to mysterium.blog and you look at the House of Prophecy contest, you can enter to win signed copies of Sundog Systems games. Now, David Lord is asking, will they be available on Kindle? That's a 10-4 on that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where they're being released first, actually.
Okay, so the ebook is also available. Now, we can't get the ebook from your website, correct?
That's correct. You have to get that through Amazon.
Okay.
And being a part of Kindle Unlimited, if you are a member of Kindle Unlimited, you can read it for free. And then, actually, if you do that, leave a review, and that will get you 3 entries into the contest for free.
Okay, so if you leave a review of the new book or any of the older books, that will also get you in the contest, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to take a screenshot of that, and you're going to email that to GlenDahlgren@gmail.com.
Yeah, and you can leave a review for the audiobook, although I think you have to listen to the audiobook. I mean, you have to have purchased it, and you have to have listened to the whole thing in order to leave a review.
Okay.
But I'll take that too. It doesn't have to be just the ebooks.
So yeah, so a review of the ebook, the physical book, or the audiobook.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know on some of your previous books here that the release date for the soft cover versus the hardcover was on different dates. Is that the same situation this time around, or?
Yeah, and that's because of the printer. Sometimes, so my hardcover printer takes a while. It took a long time because of COVID. I think they have their dates. They're doing better about delivery, but the hardcover dust jacket is usually the last thing that I end up doing, and so I don't know exactly when I'll be shipping hardcover, but it'll be as quickly as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, I work in the printing industry, and I know just getting the specialized paper we use for event ticketing and stuff has just been a pain from COVID because they've laid off a lot of the people that do the manufacturing. Not all of them came back, so now everything's way behind. So you have to order way in advance. So anybody who's ordered the hardcover, expect you might probably have a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not too far. I'm still trying to get the audiobook out by launch date, but man, we talked about the editing process. I don't know. I'm on chapter 10. I just finished chapter 10, and I got 22 more to do.
Wow. Right, because the other 2 books, they're an average of about 12 hours of runtime, so that's a lot of content.
Yeah, and this one's the largest book I've written, so I don't know.
That was a thought too. So you mentioned that there is a certain size that the Young A format should be in. Is about 80,000 words. You're doing about 120,000 words. Are there any restrictions or limitations that are imposed from the physical publication point of view, where they're like, well, we don't want the book to be too big because it's too many pages? Does any of that matter, or is there kind of like a sweet spot for the physical size, weight, and human capacity to read of any given length?
So if you're an author and you're trying to sell your book to or get get an agent to represent you or get into an established publisher, you need to be very aware of those things because they are very aware of those things, including the cost of production. So yes, it costs an X amount to print a book. It costs an X amount to ship a book, and they won't even look at books that are over a certain page count, which is one of the reasons I decided to self-publish. Is because I guess it's possible I could have gotten it down to 80 or 90,000 words, but I didn't want to read that book. I didn't want to produce that book. I wanted to, I wanted to keep the story as I imagined it. And so by self-publishing, I pretty much absorb all of those costs. I know how much it costs to print. I know how much it costs to ship. And so those physical limitations are not as big of a concern for me. And once I sort of realized that, it was very freeing. Because yes, I still edit. I don't spew. It's it's not 120,000 words of just things
You're not just trying to bump the word count up. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I want to tell my story, and I just don't want to have to cut major sections that you would notice are missing. So I'm happy with where I am, and self-publishing allows me to do that.
Now, going a bit further on that, because you've mentioned that you've actually seen your book in a Barnes and Noble locally. Does that give you a way into the door to getting it distributed through Barnes and Noble throughout, or is that just more each local store is kind of run its own thing like some of the old Radio Shacks were?
So it is possible for any bookstore to get my books, and they can do so through the paperbacks are through Amazon's extended distribution, and the hardbacks are through Ingram Spark Lightning Source distribution. So they can do that. However, I have not priced my books to be as attractive for that as they may like. I do not accept returns, and the discount is right around 35%. And so it's not until and unless I discover that there is a demand, because it's almost impossible to get into those stores if you don't have an agent, or not an agent, but a distributor who is pushing your book into those channels. They need to know that your book is available, and they need to be convinced that it's going to sell on their shelves. I'm not yet at that point. If I ever get to that point, then I will probably make it more attractive for them to get books from me. But man, I do not want to accept returns. I mean, it's hard enough to sell a book, and I just don't want to take it back once it's out there.
Yeah, the reason I was asking, because now that you've won a few awards here, is that enough to incentivize some of these distributors or bookstore chains to get interested in, because now they can say the award-winning book is here and that type of thing, like if that actually helps push the
I don't know.
sales.
It's possible. I haven't spoken to chains or anything beside the local stores that I've worked with. I mean, being an independent author is always a risk for a big chain, a bookstore. So yeah, having won awards does help, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm not traditionally published. They are way more likely to take something from a traditional publisher. So I mean, hopefully I get there. I'm the biggest indie author for fantasy YA that you've ever seen. They're all demanding my books on their shelves because of the TV series that's based on them. When I get there, I'll
The one Neil Gaiman's, executive producing.
Yeah,
for
Neil
you.
Gaiman is coming to me for ideas.
Yeah, the other reason I was asking is I know, like Bruce Moore, one of our Coco guys, that actually published a really decent manual for his game Forest of Doom, but he's actually got it where these are electronic publishers that do small runs on digital presses. You don't have to set up plates and all this expensive stuff, and basically it's just printed on demand. And he's been selling the game worldwide through that, because all these people are kind of linked, and they just send the publishing files to whoever needs to do it. And if two people in one town order, they print 2 copies. I didn't know if that would help with this kind of thing for chains to go, like, I don't have to pay shipping. It's just going to be printed locally. I'm just sending the files to a local printer, and here we go.
Well, certainly that's not the way chains work. I mean, they get their books through distributors. But I will say the whole print on demand model, that is the only way that being an indie author works. If I can order my books and get them for the cost of printing, and I don't need a 5,000 unit order in order to make that happen. So, I mean, it has come a long way, maybe even just the last 10 years, where print on demand is a thing. And not only is print on demand a thing, but the quality of the print on demand is as high, as good as anything you see from a traditional printer. So I don't know that it helps get into stores, but it certainly does allow me to get author copies that I can put into stores. And so
lowers the barrier tremendously.
Yeah, and actually there's a store in the UK that wants to do that. All they do is they stock indie books, and they want me to get onto their shelves. And I'm trying to figure out a way for them to print in the UK, because shipping to the UK will not work.
No.
Gotcha.
It'll probably get stuck in the Suez Canal anyway. So
you mentioned you mentioned one of the earlier interviews that you were, because I asked you what software you used to create your novel. You said you were doing it in just basically Google Docs. Are you still doing that? Just doing it in Google Docs, like cloud writing the book?
Yep. I mean, authors don't tend to jump ship. I'm not interested in learning something new if this works.
It's not broken. Do you do any other type of, because to me, again, for me to imagine and outline stuff, I need visual aids. Do you do any type of storyboarding, or do you create any type of like line graph of key moments and beats and stuff like that? Are you drawing anything at all for your story, or is it just all stream of thought, linear typing up of the document?
Yeah, I've been that way ever since I've been a game designer. I just like to have a walkthrough. And that's what I will do. I will just keep adding to my walkthrough of the experience. Notes, pages and pages and pages of notes. I don't do like, sticky notes on a board and, moving things around and figuring out what characters are where. And it probably it wouldn't hurt if I did stuff like that, but that's just not the way I think. I keep it all in my head. I have to sort of understand the whole totality of the novel. I write all those notes, and I would say 99 out of 100 times I never refer to them. It's just the fact of writing them
sinks them in your head more.
Makes them real. Exactly.
It makes them sticky. Yeah.
It just all lives in my head.
Now, would you entertain somebody doing an illustrated version of your stories, like graphic novels or anything else like that?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, it would have to. I am an art director, so my quality bar is pretty high. But actually, my son has been he did all the illustrations for Child of Chaos. He did one new illustration for House of Prophecy. I really like his art. He actually produces a new character for every newsletter. So every time I release a newsletter, I have the character from last time and then the new one that's locked. And so you get to see the silhouette of the one that's going to be coming up in the next newsletter. So that's fun for anyone who wants to sign up for the newsletter. You're going to get new fantasy character art every time.
Yeah, that would be neat. I think this world and these characters would play out well to a multimedia format where you have, obviously you have the paper novel, you've got the audiobooks, but to have some graphic novels would be kind of cool to see this.
And it'd be interesting to see what you would think the character should look like, because I imagine because you're an art director, you probably have a fairly firm grip in your head as to what this character actually looks like, and you're gonna have to try to explain that to whoever the artist is.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
There's a lot of authors, I mean, basically they let the reader make up, like you just give the broad descriptions, he's got black hair and brown eyes, whatever it is, but the reader makes up their own internal visual of what that would be.
And that's fine too, but if you have to represent them, then you have to land somewhere on that character. And I will say something that is never going to happen, but is still fun to talk about. And that is when I did the Dusty Wheel show, it's all about the Wheel of Time. And it was because of the 20th anniversary of the game. And we spoke about the game and talked a lot about the production and everything. And then I get an email afterward from the executive producer from the show, from the Wheel of Time Amazon show, the TV show. And he says, I want to talk. And so I said, okay. And turns out that what he wanted to talk about was that with the TV show, they were going to re-release the game. And he wanted any information I could give him about how to address some of the technical challenges they were having and getting on board with helping them to promote the game once it was released. And in that correspondence, of course, send him my books. And so now he has them on his shelf. He's a guy who makes fantasy series. He's actually going to be making one based on Piers Anthony's work. I got Piers Anthony on my cover. You never know.
Okay.
I'm in his library. That's what he does for a living. So, of course.
Well, that brings up my next question then to kind of follow that up. Do you have certain actors that you think should be certain characters?
Anyone that will be involved.
So you don't have a preconceived notion?
No. I'm totally, if we ever got to that point, I would definitely think about it. But no, I don't have the casting list of the people who would play my characters. I'm totally not going to get invested in any of that. And all I want to do is, if we can make that happen somehow in the future, that would be the most awesome.
Right. In the world of feature animation, when because I've worked with studios who've done that, when they're designing these characters, they do have actors in mind, and even though they don't have the relationship yet, when they're doing the storyboarding and the character development, they will have like reference art of certain actors as they're creating and animating these characters for the animation, and then sometimes that may or may not change. But in that sense, because it's more of a visual medium, they do have to have somebody that this character will be similar to, and they will often use well-known actors as reference material for that.
Sure.
Gosh, there was something else I was just going to ask you, and it just slipped through my mind. Man, old age sucks. We were talking about characters, right? What do your characters look like? Another thing I think is really cool about your books is you are really good at creating evil characters. You are, especially now since I'm listening. Yes. So, like right now, I'm at the beginning of the Game of War, and Kevix is just such a scumbag, and you had some good ones in the first one too, in this Child of Chaos. So, your hero needs to have an enemy, right? And as an audience member, you just, we need to know that there are bad guys, and we can feel good when the good guy overcomes the bad guy, and the hero has a happy ending. But the bad guys are not just there as an antagonist for the sake of being there. They're really deplorable characters that you create, and I guess that's a skill unto itself too, because you could create the kind of cardboard cutout evil villain, or you can create somebody with some depth that the more you get to know them, the less you like them. And I see that as recurring. All the bad guys in your books are really, really bad, and they're presented as badly as they are in really good ways. If I'm saying that makes any sense. So another compliment for you there. So.
Yeah, I think it was told early on to me that a rule is, your main character is only as strong as the villain allows him to be. So, you absolutely need a strong villain. And I think in Child of Chaos, I ran the risk of the villain actually overshadowing the main character. I gave him a lot of airtime, and so much so that he was almost more interesting. He was way more proactive than the main character, definitely, for sure. But it actually took a number of edits to get him to the point where I truly understood his motives and why he was the way he was. He wasn't that way originally. I gave him a lot of that backstory and things as I went on. I'm more of a plot-oriented writer than I am a character-oriented, and I know that about myself, and so I start with plot, but then I let the characters in and I let them tell me what they need to have happen too. And then I think House and Prophecy is more character-driven than either of the other two books. But there was one chapter in Child of Chaos, and this was 20 years ago. When it was chapter 4, and it was when they got onto that wagon that was going to the Temple of Evil, and I said, I don't want to write this chapter because I hate what he's about to do. I hate the person that he is, and I don't want to live there. But I knew that I had to do it because that's what he demanded that I do. And so, I'm glad that you appreciate all the pain I went through to give you those evil characters.
Yeah. And I don't want to monopolize all your time, but I do appreciate you being here. Maybe we'll give a final call for questions about Sundog and the books and the writing process and the editing and the audio book and the ebook, all that stuff. Panel, any final thoughts, words, comments, criticisms you have for Glen and audience? Throw it out there while you got a chance.
Like I've asked everything I wanted to ask, so.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you having me on. I always appreciate coming back here. You guys are awesome. The audience is awesome. I love the Coco. It'll always be a part of who I am. You guys are my first stop every time when I'm promoting something new, and I really appreciate you letting me come back here and talk about some of the things I've done. It's like coming back home. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and that's an honor to say too, to have you feel that way. So thank you for that. So last call for questions or comments for Glen Dahlgren, and if they trickle in and you're still here, feel free. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, Glen. But we'll move on with the rest of the show. We'll just remind everybody again what you can do, how you can do it, all that kind of stuff. So if you want to find out everything about Glen, you can go to his blog, mysterium.blog. If you would like to order any of his books, the existing ones or the pre-release of the new one, you can click on the shop there. And when you go to checkout, you can use offer code CoCoTALK in all caps or CGP in all caps and get 15% off any of those books. And are you still having signed copies of Wheel of Time available as well? Because I think that was also in your shop. All right, which is the PC game that is now getting lots of recognition again. So you can order copies of stuff from Glen, you get it signed, and you got an offer code for there. He's also giving away Sundog Systems games, new old stock in the bag and autographed if you'd like. And there's contests to get that for absolutely free. So when you go to mysterium.blog, click on the House of Prophecy contest, find out what's going on. You can sign up for the newsletter to be entered in the contest. You can review any of his books to be entered in the contest. And if you buy new books, you'll be entered in the contest. So there's lots of ways to go in. No purchase necessary, but if you do purchase, you do hedge your odds a little bit more in your favor because you get more names on the wheel, increasing that probability there. So, yeah.
And a big thank you for donating a signed copy for Glenside for the Coco Fest as well.
Absolutely.
All right. So we'll leave it at that and then hang out if you can, Glen. If not, we'll move on to Ken Waters. Are you still awake in the cabin there? Or did he have to go out and chop some? Did you have to chop firewood or anything? Are you good? You back?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so
he might have had to start up the steam engine for his internet again. I think is what's going on there.
So this is now. So I don't know if we did. We probably were doing this at least the last time you were on, Glen. But once a week we pick a game of the week. And we have people play it throughout the week, and then they submit screenshots of their score. And so we have a Discord server. It's kind of like our little social media hub. And so people are playing games, and they're sending in screenshots. So during the week, everybody's playing a game of the week. On Friday, we get together for a live stream where we're all playing together at the same time, and that's also another show. And then on Saturdays, we go over the results of the high scores of that game. The main reason,
tips and tricks and stuff.
Tips and tricks too. The main reason why I do it is just to have fun and collaborate through the week and participate. So if you're not the best gamer, you don't have to worry about getting the best score. Just have fun. But we will also recognize those who did exceptionally well.
It's also to get people to try games they may never have tried before, because we kind of since you picked one, it might be one that is a genre you don't normally play or you never saw it back in the day. I think it gives people a chance to try out these games that you may have never seen before, which is cool.
There we go. So we're going to go ahead and run into that segment now. Because I haven't streamed the show in a while, I'm kind of a nostalgia callback in a degree. So I'm also going to do the nostalgia callback. I'm going to play the original Nick Marotta high score intro because I still like that one. And a lot of times too, when we do this, we will have a new Coco Thoughts that is kind of themed in with the game. So this week we didn't have a game themed Coco Thoughts, but I went ahead and picked one from the vast array of best of Coco Thoughts clips. So we'll kick it off with Coco Thoughts, and then we'll move into the results. So here we go, boys and girls.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Every time an MC-10 is lost, a door closes.
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
Welcome everybody to the Coco. Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Food Wars, and we had a total of 14 players. We had Exile in Paradise with 17,930, Mr. Dave 6309 with 27,270, Jim Rye 42,025, Rick U 50,155, Chris B 52,065, Canadian Retro Things 60,635, Mark B 72,780, Shenley 78,305, Rich N 80,305, L. Curtis Boyle 83,655, Ed Rhodes 94,290, Tasman 103,890, Sabhead 106,105, and the number one score this week is Buck Owens with 130,340. Thanks everybody that played, and we will see you again next week.
CoCoTALK salutes Buck Owens.
All right, Buck Owens for the win. Good job, Food War. Fun
Absolutely.
Game, clone of the infamous Food Fight from Atari.
Yep. So, first question I have, there was a little bit of an argument going on, and some people were saying they remembered Food Fight as a twin-stick shooter, and some say it was a single stick with a fire button. Does anybody remember it in either of those forms?
Single stick fire button's what I remember.
I don't remember even thinking to try a dual stick, because the only game in history that was dual stick was Robotron, and I know the Coco had a Robotron clone that did that, but other than that game, that never would have crossed my mind to even think to try.
Oh, Karate Champ or Karate Fighter or whatever also was dual stick.
Oh, okay. Well, when I was getting the games I was doing for archival and testing purposes, at many times they did not include any documentation either. So,
well, as far as did you play the arcade version, Stevie?
Of Food Fight? Probably, but I don't remember. Was it two sticks in the arcade?
Well, that's the question because
I thought you were saying, was it that way in the arcade? Or on the Coco? That maybe
No, was it that way in the arcade?
Oh, honestly, I don't remember. But if you're asking if it was dual stick on the arcade itself, I mean on the Coco itself, like I said, I don't remember too many dual stick games on the Coco, other than like Project Nebula and the Robotron clone.
Yeah, Intercept 4 and a few others. There's not too many, but yeah, the
arcade.
There's been multiple people remembering it both ways, so that's the.
Oh, so this is the Mandela effect right now. So honestly, I don't know and I don't remember. Sorry, got confused.
Okay. That was just my first question to throw out. So
yeah, because I'm beginning to think, because we've had several people on both sides of that fence, that maybe it was actually made both ways, and it just depended which version of the arcade game you got.
True, too. Yeah. There were some cost-reduced cabinets that didn't have all the bells and whistles, and okay, fair enough.
All right, so in this game, I found 2 reviews for it.
You should be able to share. I'm not sharing anything. Yeah.
Yep. So here is from Color Computer Magazine, August of '84. A really, really short review. That's just that little 3.
Okay, we have an answer from Tom C. in Jersey, who works at an arcade and repairs arcade machines. He says Food Fight Arcade was a single analog stick. Interesting. Uncommon for arcade games.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead again there. So
okay, sorry, I was just going to say that they really cut corners in the magazine here for this one.
It's more like a product announcement at this point.
As you can see, there's a kids game here, Rainbow Quest, which is 3 full columns of review, and then Food Wars 3 sentences really.
It is an arcade game in which you try to move past numbers of chefs and over your ice cream cone before it melts. You attack the chefs by throwing food at them. You can also throw food. They can also throw food at you. There are several levels of play. The graphics in this game are good. Food War is a good add-on to your collection of arcade games. All right, short and sweet, but he didn't say it sucked. So
a glowing review. Now, the other one was Rainbow May of '84, and this was a more comprehensive one.
Okay.
Some of the interesting things that this reviewer mentioned was that the instructions left a lot to be desired. There were on-screen instructions, but he's talking about the instruction manual that came with it.
Okay.
And he also states it would have been nice to have a little story to get you into the game, which it didn't.
He actually he breaks down the review of scoring different pieces of it there too. So
yeah. He didn't like the sound, the graphics, but the graphics were outstanding. So his actual
ratings
of it was the graphics he gave a 9 out of 10, superior with good use of colors. Sound 5, disappointing after seeing the graphics. Difficulty of play was 8, fast action and requiring total concentration, but playable. Replayability 8, arm gets tired before you do. Documentation 3, almost non-existent. Which I thought was, yeah. So I think a lot of Coco games did suffer from lack of documentation, though. So
I mean, a good game design, and we're talking to a professional game designer. A good game, especially back then, should have been somewhat intuitive. You know, I know in our previous conversations, if some of them were somewhat punishing. And what was the word you used, Glenn, to describe this when you have to learn by mistake? There was a description for that.
I mean, it was you have to suicide in order to figure out.
Yeah, you have to.
It's a restore puzzle.
Restore puzzle. Okay, so there were some games that were like that, a restore puzzle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the only way to find out what not to do was to do it at least once, and then say, okay, next time I go back, don't do that again, right?
Which is no good. Do not want to do that.
Right.
Well, I do kind of agree with the guy's review that it would have been a little more interesting to know why the chefs were all chasing this kid and throwing fruit at him. Like, what did
the
he do?
arcade cabinet have a good description of that?
I don't know. I am completely unfamiliar with the arcade cabinet. I never have seen it in my life.
So Karen's saying he did a Google image search and he says all the cabinets show a single stick, but it says it's hard to tell if it's analog or not. But he didn't see any in the search that showed him a two-stick configuration.
Well, I did that search too, and I found all the single stick. But then there were a few people that said, I remember it as a twin stick shooter. So.
Okay.
One of which was Sloopy, and
okay.
I can't remember the other guy that was mentioning it too. But yeah, I mean, it's a game that would lend itself to two sticks because being able to throw in the opposite direction when they're chasing you and throwing stuff at
which
you would be
make
much
it
better
basically
than having to reverse, lose some time, and come back.
Yeah. That's one thing that I found in this game. It would have been nice if you would have been able to stop moving on top of the fruit so you could throw at the chefs, because every time you hit the fruit and then you throw in a direction, you have to move the joystick, and you move off the fruit, and then you don't have anything else to throw. So then you have to go back to it, get it, throw.
Right, so the object of the game was to basically make it to the exit, which is to eat the giant ice cream cone. Before that was your timer.
Yeah.
You had to get to the ice cream cone to complete the level. You had all kinds of clowns and chefs throwing stuff at you. You had to pick up little piles of food to refill your ammunition.
You can't fall through the trapdoors when they're open.
Right, there were certain like little warp holes that would open up that you could fall into. So you had to run around, avoid the bad guys, shoot the bad guys out of your way, get to the goal before you ran out of time.
And also avoid the stuff that the chefs throw at you.
Right, avoid getting plowed with their food offerings. So, do you need a backstory to that? I mean, really?
I want to know why these chefs
If you've
were
ever
so
been in the cafeteria food fight, there is no backstory. It just everybody just goes nuts, and that's what happens.
One page that says "Don't die."
Don't die. Don't die.
Well, the similar game on the Coco to this, which is the one where you're Mud Pies,
Mud
right,
Pies.
with the circus, they do have a bit of a backstory there, saying that the kid was teasing the clowns till the clowns all started going after him and throwing stuff at him.
Imagine that. Clowns without a sense of humor.
Anyways, so tips and tricks for the game.
You want to show the gameplay? At the same
Don't
time?
die. Well, Nick Morantis already summed that up. Don't die.
I'm just
Because for the people that have not seen the game here, they probably
Yeah.
have no idea what we're talking about.
I'm
so.
just going to shut my camera off so that try not to slow down the gameplay as much as possible. And there we go. So this is the Game On challenge last night. We had basically at the most 4 players playing. But so this is the idea of the game.
There you are. Now, is there a risk reward to this where if you were able just to eat the ice cream cone real quick and keep flipping through levels, are you shortchanging yourself on pickups and points and power-ups by not doing that?
Yes.
Like bonuses for getting all the food off the board or getting all the chefs off the board?
In the earlier stages, definitely get the ice cream cone as quick as possible because it's pointless to shoot the chefs.
Okay.
Yeah, because the chefs are worth a certain amount of points times the level you're on. So the further levels you get, the more points it's worth, and then it becomes worth it to take the time to
The
try to
chefs
hit
are
them.
worth 100 points times the level. So if you're on the 5th level, each chef is worth 500, whereas on the 1st level, they're only worth 100 each.
Right, and I see there too, when he eats the cone, all the remaining food on the screen then kind of flies up into your score. So
Yeah, you get a bit of a
leaving
bonus.
food on the table, so to speak, helps your bonus versus keeping
But
it
not
in
as
there.
much as hitting the chefs on later levels. You get much more using those food bits to kill the chefs.
It's all set. I think that you get 50 points per piece of food left. Whereas, in the later ones, if you're on like the 8th or 9th level, you're getting almost 1,000 points for each chef you hit. So it is interesting that the one thing that I did find really interesting on this game is that the free man for this is at 100,000.
Wow.
So you really, really have to be fairly good at the game to be able to get a free man. There's no reward for, congratulations, you're slightly better. It's congratulations, you've mastered the game. Now here's a free man.
Here's a free man. Now go away, kid. You bother me.
I thought it was kind of funny. I got better scores at harder levels when I was first starting out.
Well, because you get the bigger bonuses on the higher levels. If you start out on level 10, then each
You
chef
need the
is
10
worth
times
1,000
multiplier on the
points.
fruit and on the chefs.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm crap. I got good scores.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if anybody, because I did that too, I started out on the harder level and I blew my score away.
Yeah, because if you complete even one level at the higher level, you're making 10 times as many points for the extra fruit left over and killing the chefs at that point. So you jump way up.
And for the ice cream cone. Ice cream cone is 500 times the level.
So what was the level that the players were supposed to play at this week? Level 1 or?
Yeah, just starting at level 1.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have to earn your way to the high scoring ones. And that actually made it more challenging than picking a hard one to start with as far as scores go.
Yeah, so this is a bit of an opposite game that you could do way better if you started on the harder levels.
Right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do as many levels, but you're getting so much score, your score is that much better.
Now, when you see the high scores, ultimately, does it tell you what level you played at when you got that score? Or
No, just throws a high score. The high score just comes up.
I had to fess up that mine was fake.
It is interesting, too, that there is a big bug in this game on the high score table that it does not put them in numerical order.
Mostly it does.
It does, but it messes, like you look in the bottom corner there, about halfway down, it's 20,000, then 29,000 below it.
Yeah, I had one of those too. And both of the ones that I saw where this glitch was happening were in the 20 to 29,000 range. So I don't know if it's a certain...
Oh, no, mine were in the tens. I had,
yours were okay.
I had 3 in the 10,000, and then I had 3 scores below it that were in the 18,000s.
Okay, so I'm not sure what exactly he did wrong in his sort algorithm, but apparently he should have attended that comp sci class where he had 15.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Computers are really good at sorting things. So.
Yeah, this was a pretty good reproduction of the arcade. Decent quality. And obviously you know what the right color palettes are when the faces are orange. You don't want to have blue people, right? So some games it doesn't matter about the red, blue,
Well, I tried it with the blue people. It's
that could be Smurfs.
Right? Yeah, you're playing with Smurfs.
Yeah.
It's the Smurf version.
Yeah.
Now, I will agree the graphics here, I mean, they're not like the smoothest sprites or anything like that, but the detail, like this is one of those games that doesn't do artifact colors as pure colors. where it treats it like a P-Mode 3 screen with 128 by 192 resolution. It actually does fine details like on bananas and stuff where it's doing the pixel perfect P-Mode 4 plus the artifact colors. It's more like a Donkey King style thing.
Donkey King kind of did that. Yeah.
So I appreciate that. It looks like absolute crap if you try to translate it to P-Mode 3 and then use artifact colors, or you say trying to run on the Dragon, you pretty well might as well just play it in black and white at that point, or a PAL system, I should say. But this is one that really showed off the P-Mode 4 artifacting, I think, at its best detail.
Yeah, another one too was the picnic game. Was it El Bandita, where you had the bananas and the strawberries and all that? Yeah, that was kind of cool too. So that was mostly high res, but it did manage to get some artifacts in there. But the bananas were pretty detailed, similar to this. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is where the earlier versions of ECC that just did basically P-Mode 3 with different colors that really look like crap compared to what they actually look like on real hardware. They've since fixed that, of course, but.
Yeah, fun game. So 14 players is pretty good, right? That's an average, above average turnout. Yeah.
And I think middle of the road in the middle of summer is pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I almost didn't make it. I was actually supposed to have another Rust job coming in, but it got delayed. So
now I noticed on the opening screen, it looked like you had to move the joystick from left to right to choose your ice cream cone for what level to come in at. But two of those had a little like mud pie underneath them. What was the significance of those two levels?
Well, those are watermelons.
Okay.
Those are levels that have nothing but watermelons, and watermelons, like you'll deplete each type of fruit as you throw it. Like grapes, I think you can only get 3 or 4 throws out of one pile of grapes, and then it's gone. Whereas watermelons are unlimited.
Okay, so you don't have a finite amount of ammunition on those levels.
Yeah. But as some people ran into, they were trying to score points by using all the watermelons, and then the ice cream cone would melt and they'd die.
Oh, so they were just trying to farm it and forgot to watch the clock.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I will mention one little trick, and a few people discovered this as they were playing on level C, and I think there's another one on G or something, where the ice cream cone's in the far upper left corner. But if you run straight to the upper left corner, you won't actually swallow the ice cream cone. You have to shift down a little bit before it'll actually register that you're eating the cone. And that ended up killing a few people because they went and ran over it. And, okay, I've got this level solved, then nothing happens. And then they get hit.
The hit point is your forehead or something for that cone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically come at that cone from below.
Yeah. Basically, you have to get the cone level with your mouth is basically roughly what it
No, worse than that. It's got to be like way up here. I got killed once going right at it, and I got shot. And that's when I figured out, come from below or at least hit it like this.
I'd have to give a mad props to the original arcade game as well as this one for doing the best physical simulation of an ice cream headache you could possibly do with your head just swelling till it hurts type thing. That was very realistic, I thought.
And then also in Discord, I believe Shenley was saying that his favorite version of this is actually on the Atari 7800.
I've never played that one, actually.
I don't know if I have that. I have a 7800.
The best home port of this game is, in his opinion.
I like the 7800 because it has the good graphics of like the 800 and 5200 games, but it had the crappier sound chip. It didn't have the pokey chip. It had the 2600 sound chip. So visually, a lot of games look really good on the 7800, but audibly, some of them left stuff to be desired. But this game didn't have a lot of fancy sounds anyways. There's kind of some white noise when stuff's flying through the air and everything. So
yeah, you have that little tone when you eat the ice cream cone and stuff. But yeah, its sound is pretty limited. I have to agree with the reviewer from Rainbow.
Okay, I see it. It looks So now that I saw that picture again, it is a watermelon. I couldn't quite tell what it was because it flashed by so quickly.
Honestly, I've never actually played this game with the sound on, so I didn't actually listen to it.
And Karen's basically saying we're used to playing in black and white for the best image. So if you just play it completely RGB, it doesn't look terrible in RGB either, this game.
No, because of the fine detail. I mean, the bananas actually look a little bit better, if anything.
Yeah. The irony of my color computer experience back when I had one is very rarely did I ever have a color display on any of my OG Cocos. My first one I had on a black and white TV. When I got the white 64K Coco 1, I ended up getting it composite modded, and I got an amber monochrome monitor. And again, the high res stuff looks really good in true, monochromatic thing. You can see all the detail. You lose the color. But yeah, for the almost decade I was using original Cocos back in the day, hardly ever did I have real color. Until I got my Coco 3 with the CM8. That's when I was like, oh yeah, these are what colors look like. And then of course, then the RGB kicked in and the lack of artifacting was there. So, yeah, good stuff. Fun game.
Yeah. As far as tips and tricks, I guess the only thing I can think of is that you can hold the fire button down to kind of spray if you kind of run in a circle.
Yeah. But there you also run into the problem that you always run off the fruit when you're moving in a direction to spray. So you do little bursts of shots, and then you have to run back to the fruit or whatever.
And like you mentioned before, Ken, like in earlier levels, I don't think it's worth trying to hit the chef, so I just usually go straight for the ice cream cone because you'll have more leftover fruit the chefs haven't thrown, so you get a little bit of points with that. But on later levels, I do try to at least take a couple of them out. And that seemed
one of my tips and tricks that I did figure out, though, is... even if you're not shooting at any of the chefs, try to grab a piece of fruit before you get your ice cream cone, so you start the next level off with one, and you can throw it immediately.
And there's a couple levels you really, really need that.
Yeah. So it's very helpful that you can actually carry whatever you have in your hand over to the next level.
Yeah. That's a fun game. It's a pretty close to the arcade game. It's not going to wow you with sound, but it's an earlier one. I mean, this is when Mike Lustig actually created his own company, Arcade Animation. I think he'd sold some other games through Computerware and some other places before that. This was his foray when he launched 4 games under his own banner. And I don't think the company lasted that long. It might have been maybe half a year or something like that. But not bad. He did pretty well arcade adaptations for everything. But
and there's definitely lots of dying in this game.
But according to Nick Marentes, the instruction manual should say, don't die. So obviously you're not following instructions.
The one nice thing is actually it does have on-screen instructions. If you let the Food War splash screen keep going, it actually gives you how all the points are organized and stuff too. So it made it nice or easier without having a manual from back in the day. I do remember that.
Which, because when you think about it, there were no manuals for the arcade games. You had to watch the attract screens for the, in the game to figure
or read
things
that little
out.
bit on the cabinet they might put on there. But
yeah, you don't need no.
But it's not like Glenn, talking about motivation for characters here. There's not much.
Well, speaking of instructions, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I did just recently receive the Space Pirate Kimiko from Mr. Dave, and this is one where you kind of do have to read instructions, and I'm going to have to watch some of the videos because I did try to play it this morning for the first time, and there's a lot to do and understand. So it's not a pick up and play game. I'm usually reading the manual is the last thing I want to do when it comes to a game, but I will. So
people don't read manuals anyway.
I know.
Certain types of games and game players do read manuals, but that's for like the in-depth games, and those are not as popular as common these days because people just don't have the time anymore. That everybody wants a quick hit game now.
Right. It used to drive me crazy because my wife plays Final Fantasy, especially the older Final Fantasies too. Like she would literally sit there and play the game with the book in her lap, and I'm like, well, what are you doing? Are you playing the game or are you just following a book? And because she won't just play. Like I like a game where you kind of learn and figure it out. And that's kind of the fun, is the exploration and the unknown. If you're and I would use a strategy guide when I got stuck. If I tried it 3 times and I couldn't figure it out, then I'll read just what I need to know to solve that one problem I couldn't figure out for myself, and then I want to go on, because to me, I enjoy the reward of discovery. But for her at that time, she's like, nope, I got to follow the book, because especially, again, this gets back to game design. Sometimes in the games, if you pass something up earlier on, you don't get a chance to go back, and you might be missing an inventory item that makes things unsolvable in the future, and that's just bad. So technically, some of the older Final Fantasies kind of follow under that generic genre of JRPG, the Japanese RPG style games, and I don't know how fully realize the open worldness and kind of continuum and continuity of inventory and items and storytelling were thought through in those things, but it drove me crazy that she couldn't play the game without the book. It's like people who, like at church, will be playing the piano, but they have to read the sheet music. I mean, at what point in time, as a musician, can you not just know what the song is? Who are these people who need to read this thing every single time? So it's just like Do you know how
But
to
that
play
also
the
go-
piano? So
that also goes like some of the old RPG style games, like the Ultimas, the Wizardries, and stuff, and including Paladin's Legacy that Glenn sold through Sundog. Gates still here. I'm like, we would spend 12 hours a day, or 7 days a week over the summer playing for 2 months to solve one of these stupid games, and nobody has the patience for that anymore. Like, you just don't see that. Closest you might get now is the multiplayer online, where you have a bunch of people getting together to play, Call of Duty or whatever it is type thing. That you can
I still
spend
like
hours
those
and hours.
games.
Yeah, but I mean, it's rare. I mean, you can't sell them now. They don't sell.
No. Unless you want to make it just especially for me. I'll
well,
play.
the indie game market is still pretty big, and I think that's one thing Glenn was talking about in this second interview. Like, you can make PC games on Steam, and you don't need a big studio to do it. You can release. There's digital distribution. There's all that kind of stuff. So, the ability to do that is definitely there. And if you can be an indie, like through the itch.io. You can be an indie publisher and put your stuff out there for people to, pay their own price or set a price. So
Or self-published like Nick does, similar to Glenn with the books.
yeah. So, real quick question, Glenn. Are you familiar with the game Skyrim?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that is my guilty pleasure. Where I only learned about it like 2 years ago. It's over a 10-year-old game now that has morphed through multiple things. But yeah, I still, if I have any time to kill and I really don't want to think, but I just want to go through experiences, I can get lost in playing Skyrim.
I have Skyrim for my PlayStation 4 in VR. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, I've never tried that. I'm afraid I won't do VR because luckily I'm too busy now to be addicted to playing video games, but I've wasted so much of my life playing the games in 2D. I'm afraid if I ever enter the Matrix, I'm never going to want to come out. So I don't know that I want to put that helmet on.
I get there
I don't
sometimes.
know. Physically, you probably won't be able to last that long. It's just there is a strain to wearing that stuff that
Okay.
eventually you need to get out of there.
Okay.
In my case, it's motion sickness, which doesn't take long at all. So, I mean,
Right.
unfortunately, VR is not something I can really participate in.
And sometimes the VR helmet will screw up and then everything flips upside down or something. And oh my God, the motion sickness happens really quick.
By the way, as everything's been going on, I've been searching everywhere for any evidence of Castle of the Creator. And I cannot find it. I think someone sent me a screenshot at one point through my website, and I was looking for that. I don't know where it is. It existed, and I forgot about it until that moment, and then I remembered it existed, and it was somewhere in some magazine somewhere, but I cannot find evidence of it.
Well,
So
almost
you're-
every Color Computer magazine is now archived on the archive. Like almost all of them have been scanned in, all of the magazines, almost all the issues of all the magazines. So one of these days when I'm caught up in work and get kind of bored and want to go hunt stuff down, maybe I'll take a look and see if I can find it.
And then get rehired, evidently.
But you it was published between the one from the Color Computer magazine, so it had been after February of '84, and then up to when you started selling your own, probably in '85 through Mark Data, I think.
Yeah,
Or Prickly Pear, I should say.
definitely before Hall of the King.
So if I find out when Prickly Pear first started advertising, I can narrow down the search to a certain range of months in these magazines anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, I wish I could be of more help. I can see the screenshot in my head. I just cannot find it.
So, Ken, are we ready to talk about what next week's game is going to be?
Oh, crap. Do I have to come up with a game for next week, too?
Nah, we can retire the segment today if you'd like.
Okay, fine. How about this game?
Anybody, I don't have taps on my soundboard.
Work.
Atomic Software, and that's my first clue for people. That helps.
I want to say, on the one hand, it looks kind of Cuthberty, but I don't know what this is right now.
Anybody else pound before I?
I can see the name of the GIF file up here now too. So, but I won't give it away.
I never saw this game.
No, it looks interesting. Is that a rope he has to climb to get to that platform?
He shoots across the rope, and
then he has to climb, and he has to drop up to pick the little bars.
Oh, those are extra ropes he has to pick up on the islands. So you kind of have to
they're I guess they would be cargo.
Cargo.
That he has to pick up.
Okay.
As a little hint about the game.
Jim Rice says, "Is this Jousty Kong?" It kind of looks like Joust Islands with the Mario. Huh? It's Jousty Kong, right?
One thing that I do have to mention about this game that took me a while to figure out is you have to hold the fire button to climb on the rope.
Yeah, as soon as you let go, you drop off to go pick up stuff or plummet to your doom.
And I kept just shooting the rope and then walking off the edge, and I'm like, this game is so stupid. Like, how do you get onto the rope?
Is there a detailed instruction manual, and more importantly, is there a backstory to this game?
There is a bit of a backstory if you look at the Atomics ads.
There's also a bit of a backstory.
Ken Reichert's asking, is this
Cuthbert gets eaten by a gator?
Cuthbert gets eaten by a gator?
Actually, he spelled it Kurtbert. I don't know if that's a slam against me or if that was accidental. 60 recognized it, though. He says, Crash, which we'll reveal now is the name of the game.
Are there other levels?
Yeah, there's 4 screens total.
Oh, yeah.
This is the title screen right here.
Now, this is one, I will say, it runs... I would not be surprised if this was compiled basic. It's got some 4-voice music routines that off of your assembly, but the graphics look very much like Get Put to me. So I don't know if he wrote it in basic, compiled it. Maybe he's calling the ROM routines to the drawing, but it has a basic-y feel to it. Like it's not super quick, super smooth, but the game's original. It's got some fun to it.
You got a guy on a parachute there coming down. Okay.
And that's his crashing plane right below you.
In fact, that whole title animation has the plane plummeting straight down in a nose spin and hits the ground and he parachutes down and then it pops up the Atomic Software Presents part.
Which is why you have to run through and pick up all the cargo that fell out of the plane.
Oh, okay. Does he end up stranded on an island with a volleyball he names Wilson by any chance?
That's the 5th screen.
Oh, okay.
Now, Glenn, did you play this one back in the day?
I don't recognize this at all. No.
Okay.
Now that I see it, I probably did play it once or twice, but yeah, that looks interesting.
Yeah, it's a platformer original 4 screens. So,
are there multiple difficulty levels, and if so, what are we playing on?
Nope. You just start on hard and continue on hard.
Okay. And does instruction manual say to not die by any chance?
And avoid the. I don't know, is it a bouncing missile that's coming down on top of you?
It looked like something. So there were some spiders and there was another little bouncy thing up on that top level.
Yeah, like a bouncy snail or centipede or something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I can't remember from the directions, but
it's a pain in the butt anyway.
All right. And what's the goal? Is it just to keep going through screens until you die?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go through all the screens, pick up points, and avoid dying. So Nick was about half dead on the manual there with this one statement. Don't
die. All right. Get points, clear screens, don't die. Repeat. Very cool. Excellent. And congratulations again to Buck Owens for being the high score winner. And what else? Is that it? Does that conclude
the Game On segment? Game On challenge for the week this week. I guess it's time for Game On News.
L. Curtis Boyle, do we have Game On News?
You betcha.
We'll just roll right into that.
Okay.
I'm going to take a wild guess. Is Jim Gary involved in any of this news?
Very little, surprisingly.
And what about a new AGD release? Are there any of those?
No, but there's another cross-platform one. There's a ton of releases.
From the Japanese camp?
Yep.
Okay. It's almost like history repeating itself all over again. It's like deja vu all over again. Okay.
So we talked about 3 releases for the Coco 3 using the Japanese game engine from Infudo. Now they've released all of the games except one. Maisie's the only one they haven't ported the Coco 3 yet. And some of these, of course, we've covered before, the MC10 versions, the Coco 1 and 2 versions. This is using a generic game engine, but this has enhanced Coco 3 graphics. They didn't enhance the sound. They could have started doing some FIRQ-based music and stuff like Nick and other authors use, but
everybody knows
it's meant to be cross-platform, so you have to kind of work to the lowest common denominator. Of course.
Right.
But some of these you'll recognize the arcade
more
games.
colors, though, at least, right?
Yep, 16 color mode for all of these.
Wow.
So that was a big improvement here. So
bringing
first
color.
one, Corman. These are about a minute or just under a minute long, so I was just playing all the way through.
K-Corn. Okay, so this is like a Pengo type thing, push the blocks?
Nope.
No? What the
No, this
hell?
is circle the stars and avoid the monster type thing.
Oh, so it's
kind
got
of like
a
kicks
double
with
back.
Pango mixed in it.
What in Sam Hill is going on? And you have to complete the entire circle. Oh, that is really interesting.
Yeah, this one's one of the original ones, at least as far as I know. I haven't seen an arcade game that this is based
And
on.
you got
but it kind
Mr.
of crosses a couple of them together.
Mr. Angry Purple guy here. Okay, so as long as you close the line anywhere,
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, move on to
And like
next.
most of their
We'll get 'em.
games here, they have this timer thing where you get bonus points. The
No, but I like it. I like this. It's very well laid out. You have your stage, your score, your timer, how many men are left over. Very arcadey.
Yeah,
All
and
the
all of these
pertinent-
are shot on, I think, real hardware in composite. So you're
Okay.
seeing the composite color set, and he's
Okay.
actually loading them all off tape. He doesn't have a disc drive. hooked up to this thing.
But you say he's not really using fancy routines for the sound, but the sound is kind of clean. It's not like the warbly 60
he's got a bit of
hertz.
decay and stuff like the
Yeah.
note fade and
Yeah.
stuff, but he's
No,
not
that's
doing
cool.
like multi-voice or anything he could have done.
Very nice. And honestly, it kind of looks kind of C64-ish in composite. You know, I know you guys were talking about how the earth tone diaper vomit look of the C64 color. So some of that stuff is there. Oh, wow. That's a very familiar opening theme song. It's almost like the last game had that same one.
he doesn't use the same one in all of them, but there's a good chunk of them that use that. But this is like kind of a collect the flags, and you
Get
got
the
these
flags.
little elevator things, and
Oh, okay. At least there's no falling damage. That's good. Yeah, you can even see the scan lines in the composite capture here. So it's being captured on real hardware. The interlace, the interleave there. Cool. I'm gonna make that my ringtone. I love that song. Okay.
I have to get going.
All right, Glenn. Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
Thanks for
coming
hosting
by.
me again. I really appreciate it. And I will be back.
Mysterium.blog.
Mysterium.blog. But I'll be back in 2 weeks, and we will see. I've already seen, people are ordering and getting their entries in, and so we're gonna fill up that wheel.
All
It's gonna be
right.
amazing.
Cool.
But you have until then. to get your entries in. So 2 weeks to win your prize.
Well, thank you for being here again for the third time. Thank you for all you've done in the days of the Coco, and thank you for what you're continuing to do to provide us with great entertaining content and escapism, quality escapism.
Awesome. That's the goal.
Yep. Thanks a lot, Glenn.
Appreciate it. Okay. Bye-bye.
Ascend. I like the font. I like the big giant arcadey font on that.
He's even laid out the screen like the old arcade games. Like you could imagine saying Konami 2022.
Yeah,
instead of
exactly.
Infinite.
No, this is very well laid out. Quality. Okay, maybe this we have a new theme song now. All right, we got ladders and ghosts. So you got pretty much the same characters, just different layouts. But listen, when it ain't broke, don't fix it. And,
Now this one's a bit slow on the scrollings. I think this is where if he got some more experience on the 609, I think he could improve that a bit because that's a little slow. I
Right.
think he's just probably literally redrawing all the tiles versus a physical scroll. But this one's a bit more involved. You have those little things you have to push up. The
Okay.
monsters always come down the ladders in a specific pattern, so you kind of know where you can dodge to the side and it'll go down.
Can you jump over them by any chance?
No.
Okay. And the
So
goal
it's
is to
making timing patterns or pushing it up to block them.
All right, no, that's really interesting. I really like these.
Yeah, now that we've especially got some Coco 3 versions, I've thought about this, but I haven't approached you with it. For a game on challenge using one of these games, we now have MC10 versions, we now have Coco 1 and 2 versions, we now have Coco 3 versions. We could do one where people are playing the exact same game on totally different hardware at the same time for the same game on challenge.
Yeah.
Whose mind is blown right now?
They could play whatever their dealer's choice.
Yeah. Because they're all built with the same engine, so the gameplay should be identical. I mean,
Right.
there shouldn't be any difference.
That's
So if you have an MC10, you want to play the MC10 version, go ahead. If you have a Coco 1 or 2 or a Coco 3, you just want to play it in Coco 1 and 2 mode, you can do that. Or if you want to play the 16 color enhanced ones, play the Coco 3 version, but the gameplay is identical.
Make it so, number one. Boot Skell.
Now this one is Pango, basically.
Oh, and they're pushing blocks too. Sneaky SOB. Yeah, the whole top row with the score and the men's is pretty much the same on all of them. But it's good. It's right. That's where it is in every game ever made in the arcade. So.
And this one's a little bit a more advanced engine, I think, wise, because a lot of it's tile-based, so it's not very smooth. But you notice the blocks here actually do scroll less than a tile. So he's actually got a
more
better-
pixely versus
Yeah,
on a
versus
grid
the
one.
other ones, which are pretty well block oriented.
All right. I think we get the gist there. All right. What's next? Ariel. Is that the Little Mermaid? Or is this something to do with being in the air? Oh, we got
This is
planes.
kind of like scramble-ish style.
Oh, look at the plane. Oh, Nick Marentes, you got competition here.
Yeah, this
Catch
is
the
Pop Star.
balloons like a pop star. Oh, there's cannons down there. Ooh. Rocket. Yeah, very scrambly. Oh, this is awesome.
Bonus
Ooh,
pickups.
One up. They're kind of like prop planes, even. You know, shoot the cannons.
One thing
down.
that's different in Scramble, though, is that if you're aiming up or you're aiming down, it actually fires in that direction. So it doesn't just keep
diagonal
shooting forward.
shots. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, I think, a nice gameplay mechanic. That actually makes it a bit more challenging. I mean.
These are
and of course,
cool.
it's got boss monsters you're going to see shortly here, too.
Uh-oh. Not a boss monster. Pew, 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 pew. Ooh, one up. Extra dude.
But the 16 colors, I think, really helps enhance these because he's got some pretty decent shapes.
Absolutely,
The
and
boss
it's not
monster figure.
affecting the speed too much either. The clip is decent. Sixty says this reminds him of Eliminator.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Boss should be coming up pretty soon here, I think. Yeah. And of course, the boss takes multiple hits to kill. There you go.
Oh, we got a Zeppelin. This is surprisingly very good.
Yeah,
And
for a
tri-
generic engine that's
Yeah.
cross-platform between at least 30 different platforms that I know of. So that was that
That
one.
is cool. Me likey. Cavett, is this about a talk show host?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is the whatchamacallit.
Bouncing Boulders is the Diacon
Yeah.
version.
Yeah. But what was the original?
Boulder Dash, I think.
Boulder Dash was the original, yeah. Which has kind of got a little bit of a Dig Duggy-ness to it.
Yep. And you drop the rocks that they go through until get the finishing gem to finish it. That's more Boulder Dash than Big Dug.
Now, do they give you the choice between RGB and composite when you bring them up? Because it looks like they're all being captured in composite. Has anybody looked at these to see if we're going to get weird neon colors on the RGB? You're starting to break up on us, Curtis. You're losing bandwidth. Stop screen sharing for a second. Let me
Boy,
stop.
that's an interesting audio effect.
I just stopped your sharing because you've just gone into Squawk Box.
It's that damn Canadian internet.
Hey, he's supposed to have a better internet than I do.
Yeah, try hanging up and rejoining Zoom, Curtis. You're in garbage land.
That's actually, he sounds better than ever before.
Your squirrel on the wheel has taken a break, Curtis.
Squirrel died.
Curtis, talk again.
You can't even blame Rogers.
No, this is.
It's that damn apple he has.
Jim Rice says it sounds like a cassette tape's getting eaten. There are so many tries at Boulder Dash. It would be cool to get some as smooth as Repton and the BCC Micro, but it's not a game I really like much anyway. So that's true. There are a lot of Boulder Dashy type clones. All right, so hopefully Curtis will be back here momentarily. But as we're waiting for that, do we have project updates and acquisitions to talk about so we can start thinking about that?
I have a Coco Fest update.
All right. Well, how about we just turn over the floor to Grant Leedy? What is your official title with Glenside besides
It is Coco Fest Organizer.
Coco Fest Organizer? All right, Grant. Why don't you give us an update?
Yeah, so it's a very quick one. We have finally signed the contracts for the new hotel at the Holiday Inn in Carroll Stream. I am waiting for the discount codes and the link so that you guys can start booking your hotels and everything. Just to make sure everybody knows, the dates are April 22nd and 23rd of 2023, just like we were planning on for earlier this year. So, but be looking for the emails and the post on the Glenside's website next week for the discount codes. And we have a king-size bed, 2 queen-size beds, and also suites that they are offering us too. Hotel rooms will be $119 a night for the standard dual queen size and king size bed, and then I believe it's $134 a night for the suites.
Nice. How many beds are in the suite? Is still 2 beds?
2 beds, and I have also a pull-out couch.
Okay, so that would actually be a compelling option for people who want to kind of roommate together and split the costs.
Exactly.
If you take that $130, you split it 3 ways, your cost per head goes down a little bit. So that's cool.
Yep, and some of them even have a hot tub inside the room too.
Oh,
so.
wow. Wow. Listen, what happens at CoCoFest stays at CoCoFest. Just remember that. Now, you also mentioned, because VCF Midwest is coming up in September, which is surprisingly not that far away. Holy crap, about a month from now. We are going to
3 weeks.
We're going to check it out that Friday. So maybe we can take some pictures or record some video and show people what the venue looks like. As far as the exhibit area, do we have similar size where we have like a main exhibit hall and a room for an auction or a presentation?
That's correct. Yep, we'll have a room for the ballroom, which is 3,800 square feet, I believe, and then we have a presentation
Ballroom?
room across.
Will there be dancing?
Well, yeah.
Is it a Sadie Hawkins dance, or is it?
And then we'll also have the presentation room across the hall. So we're not going to get a second room unless we decide to get it at the last minute, because we just don't believe there's going to be that much auction items to hold the
okay, fair enough.
whole nother room. Because if you may remember, we really didn't use that other room very much, other than just some tables looking against that wall and so forth. So with the prices being higher, we're just trying to find ways to save money and so forth. So
yeah, absolutely. And maybe too soon to worry about, but I know you were talking about restructuring how many presenters or who's going to present and how we're going to present to maybe make it less of a Sophie's choice for people who want to be able to not have to choose between the event and the presentation. So are you taking shape on that as far as the quantity of presentations over the 2-day event?
Yeah.
And any thoughts of adding the 3rd day as well, which we kind of threw out?
Yeah, I don't think the 3rd day is going to be an option this year, just since we're moving to a new venue. So we kind of got to work out all the wrinkles and everything for this year, and then we'll start playing with the maybe tossing that 3rd day for the 2024. Man, time's going away quick. And then probably as for the presentations, yeah, I'll be working on that probably starting around September after VCF Midwest. And one other thing too, before I forget, we will be doing a T-shirt most likely this year. So if you are a person who is artistic and would like to design a T-shirt, please reach out to me at cocofest@glensiteccc.com.
What if you're just Asperger's and you're not fully artistic?
Is that you, Stevie?
Yes. No. I wish I was that. Okay. So basically, and now you're obviously, to do this, you need to pre-print the shirts and have the shirts available for purchase, but this will be official swag from the event, kind of like what VCF Midwest does.
Exactly. In fact, I'll be talking with Jason.
I was going to say, yeah, the
Midwest.
best person to talk about that is because they've got that process down pat.
Exactly.
So you are soliciting artwork and themes and logos and things like that?
Exactly. And then also, if you want to create a poster too for this next year, I'll be looking at that too. And we should be making a decision on the theme of CoCoFest, I believe, at the next Glenside meeting here coming up here this week on Thursday. So hopefully we'll get everything all ironed out on that as well. It's only just a few months away, believe it or not.
So another thing too that we'll hopefully be testing at VCF Midwest next month is that Jim Brain, the president of Glenside Color Computer Club, has came up with a great idea that instead of having to have me or Randy Weaver or anybody else have to deal with a lot of the AV stuff for the streaming, the club's going to invest in all the equipment to own the equipment to have it. And then they just keep it there and they bring it to the event. And we're going to set it up in a way where you can pretty much just press buttons to stream the event. So nobody has to be prisoner to the broadcast as it's historically been. So a lot of that equipment is going to get ordered, and we're going to do some test runs at VCF Midwest with setting up things like the OBS and the Zoom and all that kind of stuff. We're also going to test drive these cameras from Logitech that give you 3 cameras that are part of a system where you can have a multi-camera thing and switch back and forth and look at those things. So like what we did with the auction, where we had kind of the picture-in-picture where you could see the audience, you could see the big picture of the item and things like that. So maybe have one out in the show floor. So I think that speaks to the leadership and the value they put on being able to not only kind of preserve these things for history, but also being able to make it available to those who can't make it, to be able to make that investment to do it properly, and to also have the consideration to schmucks like me who usually have to be stuck sitting at a chair for an entire weekend streaming the damn thing. But yeah, so that investment into the quality of being able to continue to stream these things on behalf of Glenside is a testament to the direction and the prioritization that's going on right now. So I think that's pretty cool.
Awesome. One other thing too, as you probably didn't know, Stevie, if you haven't listened to the last week's Coco Fest, the new hotel is going to be at the exact same exit that we got off to at Heron Point. In fact, you'll see Heron Point when you get off this exit. Instead of going east, we're going to go west this time, about 3.5 to 4 miles down the same
so if
street.
we still want to go run and touch the Heron, we can.
Right.
If we want to play a game of human Frogger crossing the highway, we can.
No, won't have to worry about doing that, because this area is a lot nicer than the other two areas, because we actually have a gas station right there on the corner. We have Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts and Patillo's, which is now Curtis's favorite restaurant, just about a mile.
So we're not
down the
going to pay
street.
like $89 a gallon for the coffee now, like.
Well, we will be putting a limit on it this year. I'll tell you that. So,
all right. Curtis, how's your audio coming through now? Curtis is looking like he is. Curtis, do you copy? Live from the International Space Station. No, we might be having some things going on there with Mr. Boyle. How about we do project updates and acquisitions, and then if we come back, we'll do news. Does anybody have any?
Well, I want to complain about this one thing to Mr. Morentes.
Let me spotlight you real quick. Go ahead there, Rick. What are we talking about here?
Well, this is the potential quadraphonic Orc 90.
Quadraphonic.
Yeah, a 4-channel 90 pack, which can't possibly work, but it was fun to play with. I guess in real life it would look. Where's the? Come on, draw it. Like this. With 4 alcohol packs that I don't have 3D models for. I've been wasting a whole lot of my time on something that will never turn into anything, but it was fun. So thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
Looks like good vaporware.
Yeah,
So
it was good.
you're talking about quadraphonic, so it's dual stereo. You got 4 channels?
Four channels. Well, my thinking was the original software runs at 0.89 and does 2 channels, but we can run twice that. So couldn't we get 4 channels out of the original software? But I haven't really thought it through very much, and I think Nick fell asleep, so I can't really ask him about his thoughts. But anyway, that's what I was playing with. It's fun.
Curtis, how's your audio?
I think my audio's okay. I think the computer's actually overheating is what the problem was. I did notice my little flood lamp here kind of drifted because the handle's a little bit shaky, and it kind of drifted right over top the computer where the back vents are.
No, don't blame the light. It's an apple.
No, it's warm, and I'm just hoping it'll make it through now because I've actually tried to let it cool off a bit.
All right. So you want to try to resume sharing the Game On News?
Yeah. See if I can get that out of the way here before it...
I can tell you a trick about canned air. You keep it upside down.
How about Freon? You have any Freon on handy?
Yeah.
The Rick Adams.
Unfortunately, I don't.
Trick. Yeah.
I did turn up the air conditioning a bit more, so hopefully that permeates the room here. But I'll give it a shot.
All right. This is okay. We saw the last one we saw was Ariel. Now we're looking at Impetus.
Yeah.
Impetus.
Impetus. Let's forward a bit here.
Impetus. Okay, now this one. Okay, a little bit of a Xevious thing going on, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty much.
So it's interesting that the clip of the scrolling is at one kind of herky-jerky speed, but the moving is not locked to that either. So it's
No, like you got spaceships coming down, you got the actual scrolling of the terrain, but you also got like the tank thing up there is actually moving across while it's scrolling down.
And you're moving. Yeah, no, this is pretty good.
And honestly, I mean, the original Coco 1 and 2 and the MC-10 one plays a little bit slow and they're herky-jerky too. But the extra colors actually almost makes up for it.
Are they running double speed on these two natively?
I would presume so, because this is a pretty big screen, 16 colors. It's going to be like 24K minimum. I think he's only running 256 by 192, 16 color. But
Okay. That looks nice. Looks good. All right, you got a lot of tabs there, so let's keep them moving. That's good though.
The computer will
All right.
cool down each one of these stupid YouTube tabs I
Bat
close,
lot.
so.
Bat lot.
But here you can see some of the detailed graphics. he
Much
did for
more
those-
higher resolution, yeah.
Yeah. And this one is where you got to try to destroy the enemy robot's headquarters, which takes multiple shots. Strobe walls.
You can see
Takes
the
multiple shots. Sounds like a theme with these games.
Yeah.
that's cool. Very much more high resolution detail on the characters there. Nuras. Nuris. I don't know how to pronounce that. What are we doing here? Are we matching?
You're collecting and then shooting pairs of somehow. You have to figure out
Okay.
what pairs match with what.
Okay, interesting. That little ghost character seems familiar from some of the other games. Okay. Oh, you see up there it says letter A. Okay. Now he's got a letter K, but how does he know what the recipient is?
I think you kind of have to figure that out as you go because if you run over the wrong type, you just run over it.
Okay.
I'm
So
not sure.
Obviously, the last two are going to match at this point. Kind of like a Pac-Man style maze, and including with blue. Can you shoot them down to match too? It's not just horizontal. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Interesting. It's a spin because most maze games were basically either complete the maze or get all the stuff out of the maze. This one was at least a different spin on being stuck in a maze, what you had to do to complete it. So
Yeah. Now I'm trying to remember. There's the Bosconian one here. I didn't show that one before, did I? And that one I think got closed off when I shut the computer
I don't
down
remember
much.
seeing that one. No.
I can't remember what the name of that one is, so I'm gonna guess. What are you doing here, you stupid thing? Oh, I copied the wrong line. That may help. Lost a lot of my windows here, so I was trying to set them up while I was off. Yeah, I think it's the right one.
Reptus, huh? Whatever you do, don't interrupt us. All right. Oh yeah, definitely has a Bosconian look to it. Okay, yeah, and moving up and down does multiple shots to take care of things.
And you got these little shields you got to shoot the things for.
Yeah, this definitely captures the spirit of that game. The 16 colors really helps sell the game.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's still tile based, but it looks so much better.
It looks like a real arcade game at this point.
Yeah.
I like the ship look. It's actually nice and really nice and clean
Yeah.
looking. And the coloring's good. Oh wow.
Beautiful colors. Cool. All right.
Yep. So anyway, if you guys are interested in those games here, this is the general page, and you guys can grab the link from the show notes in Discord. But these are all the games that have done on these cross platforms, and literally, if you've got any of these 30 or 40 platforms, you can download versions of it. It's the only one that has not been converted to Coco 3 is Maisie. But since they cranked out all the other ones in the span of 2 weeks, I'm imagining it's probably going to be out soon. Next up is the Jim Gary part. So this is one called Dark Castle. It's actually ported from a Coco game, originally by Darren Anderson. And this one, he went through several iterations of it during the week. So he published the original one, which was near the beginning of the week. Then he published some update edits. And then he did what he's calling the final version, which is what I'm showing here. And this one involved him fixing some internal bugs, but he also had to fix some bugs from the original program itself. And he actually made a blog post about that. So I'll play a little bit of the gameplay first, and then we'll get into the blog post part. But you'll actually notice he's actually changed the cursor here from the standard blinking black square to using the semi-graphics here to have this kind of shifting one. And the original version on the Coco had a P-Mode 4 intro screen that looks pretty close to this. He did a pretty good job of this for semi-graphics.
Yeah.
Yeah, instructions, who cares? So basically, you stock up your character like any standard RPG. And then
Oh,
you
so it's got
these-
graphics and stuff too.
Yeah, and he actually he did, in the blog post you mentioned he actually designed some of these graphics here. But basically, you have like treasures that you have to pick up. You can see the door in the upper left corner there.
These guys keep coming out at him.
Yep. And you've got like, range shots if you have your bow, etc., that you can shoot at them. So I'll let him basically complete this level, go to the next screen so you kind of see what that looks like, and then we'll go on to the next story.
And he's getting killed. Oh no.
Now you see the little gold bar appeared in that doorway where the monsters are coming from, so you can go grab that.
What is that orange and white thing there? Oh, is that like a shop? Okay.
Yeah. So he's going to upgrade a couple of his weapons. We'll just fast forward a little bit past that.
A blob? No way. Oh, that was a one-hit wonder right there. And get the gold. Shoot the blob, get the gold.
It's a nice little low-res graphic RPG style game with some unique
absolutely.
bits to it.
Yeah.
Anyway, his blog post here. Here's the original title screen from the original Coco version.
Okay. So yeah, not terribly off there.
No, he's basically captured everything you pretty well need out of it. The moon in the background, the lit up castle from behind, the
especially
water.
Considering the resolution limitations there.
Going from 256 by 192 down to 64 by 32. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Good job, Jim.
But as you pointed here, as with so many of my attempts to Portal Games C10, I think I stumbled across a number of bugs in the original. So this is his kind of video blog of as he was, updating and changing things, and he kind of goes through and explains like why he changed some certain things and what he thinks were mistakes in the original code, and kind of goes explaining. Here's all the actual shapes he drew, which are new to his version of the game for doing the monsters.
Kraken, vampire, beholder with the eye. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And his final thoughts in the game.
Release the Kraken.
And he actually found this game. It was mentioned on the giant list of classic game programmers, which is an old list. I mean, Steve Bjork and stuff was on it back in the 90s when I was doing my games page. And I was kind of surprised this one actually showed up on it because it was actually basically a magazine game. Anyway, it's a pretty interesting to hear the history of it here that Jim describes, as well as his, finding bugs in the original and figuring out what was wrong and what to fix. And then for the last batch here, Coco Forest, we covered this before the last while. He's been doing these 2-pack game videos with some sort of theme between them. Could be an author, the company type of game. And he's released a fair number of them this week here. Some of them we've seen before. Some of them are, in P Mode 3 instead of P Mode 4 because it's for the Dragon, of course, without the artifact colors. And then some are Dragon unique exclusives. The main thing for me is here seeing all this original artwork stuff. So in this case, we have Vultures and Mission XK1, which are both Dragon exclusives at the time. So Vultures is kind of a Galaxian based.
As they salute towards you, try to kill them. But watch out, they are armed.
I love the foreign accent on the voice synthesizer.
Then we go to a bit of a description. Yeah, there's another one. These top row here are eggs that will hatch and then come after you. They're super vultures or something. But basically, that's the whole game, so I won't play any more of that particular one. And then we've got...
To land on the
this is another version of a
in
microscopic
order to
mission
collect
style game.
liquid
Lunar Lander,
xythonium,
basically.
the much needed fuel for your
With this
planet's
extra bit that
best
you're actually
fleet.
drilling for fuel. So actually it scrolls the screen up, you drill down, you suck some fuel out, and then you go back to Lunar Lander where you return to a ship that can shoot.
Oh, but you can shoot.
Yeah. Well, the original arcade game does this too.
I didn't know you
where
could
you actually shoot through the
in-
asteroids and you have to dock with your ship. Now, the original arcade game, obviously, you're picking up astronauts. You're not drilling for oil. So that was kind of a different game mechanic they added to
Progress
it.
is hampered, however, by Xiphon's only moon's axis, slowly breaking into pieces, creating an ever-increasing
One interesting
bank
thing
of
I noticed in this
asteroids
watching the
which
video, though, is that
circle
the
the planet.
starscape in the background actually is very slowly scrolling. So the rotation of the planet is even kind of taken into consideration. You'll see it slowly moving. They kind of blink in and out of existence, but they
Okay.
slowly scroll down. So like you're actually catching kind of like a daytime shifting vibe there. It's kind of cool.
Oh, you can screen wrap. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's an interesting take on the Lunar Lander.
Yeah.
They added a few original bits to it.
I like that they have the blue background, so it at least is closer to like
It
a
looks somewhat
space color.
spacey.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a moon with an atmosphere, basically.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Ooh,
So
this,
these
this
two
is
here-
cool cover art too. Electron. Is that as Tron, the Tron game?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Tom Mix Software with a picture of the little donkey.
Yeah, and
there.
then Space Wreck. Now, the commonality here of this, they're different companies, they're completely different games, is that this boat written by the same author, and the author's name is appearing on the left there.
Stephen Geisenking.
Yeah, he also did the Planet Invasion version of Defender that Spectral did as well, so he's done a few Coco titles. Sort of bit here.
all of which must be successfully completed before moving on to the next level.
So he kind of cut scenes, cuts between, different levels where he's playing against like 3 of the Tron light cycles, etc. And he basically goes through all the screens. I think we've all seen Tron, so I don't really need to go through detail with that.
Yeah, let's see the other one.
Okay. So Space Wreck is a clone of the Star Trek simulator arcade game.
Oh, neat.
So it's got 3D graphics on the bottom, and then it's got your map on the left, and it's got all your status bars on the right, basically. And you have to like get to your stations and redock to refuel and get torpedoes, etc.
Neat effects.
Going sector by sector. But the 3D's actually done fairly well, and actually this is one that if you run it on Coco 3 double speed runs quite well.
It looks like it's P mode 1 though. It's pretty low res for still being monochromatic.
No, it's P mode 4. Now on the Coco you're getting artifact coloring here that's missing, but like some of these spinning shapes might be blue or red depending. And this is kind of the asteroid field where you break them apart into smaller pieces. And then later on you got mines and stuff that you have to shoot the thing laying the mines and shoot the mines themselves. And if you like the Star Trek simulation from the arcade, you'll probably enjoy this one.
Cool.
There's the thing laying the mines that you're trying to shoot it, so it doesn't make any more mines for you. And now you've got 2 bases you got to try to protect, and some of the Klingons or whatever you want to call them are trying to destroy the bases.
Looks like Escape from the original Battlestar Galactica.
Can I jump in to mention this is the kind of 2 different view thing that GFL Football tried to do, but it's doing it so much better.
Yes, that's true. That was one that it looks like they were trying to make it look good, but it just didn't help. In fact, when I play GFL Championship Football 2, I don't even look at the 3D one because it's just distracting and throws me off.
Right.
I just play on the little 2D play field, and that's how you play the game.
But you can see this one, both screens are necessary and they both do good things.
Yeah, like your radar in the upper left is like your course view of what you're trying to shoot, but you need the 3D one to actually pinpoint what you're shooting. So
yeah, it's very well done.
Yeah. Here's a couple from Spectral. That's the common theme here. So Talking Android Attack, which was originally Talking Robot Battle.
Shoot your mouth off in Talking Android Attack from Spectral.
Now, I think we've covered it before, but originally when Spectral published this is one of their earlier games. Before it talked, the 16K version came out in late 81, I think it was. And it was called Robot Battle. And then Tandy brought out the educational programming game called Robot Battle, so Spectral had to change the name, which is when it became Android Attack. And then they made a 32K version where they added the Elmer Fudd lisping speech to it.
Cowwood.
Yep, you got her. And the one on the right here is a bit of a rare one. It's one of the other early ones from Spectral from 81, 82. It might be 82, but it's basically Space Zap from the arcade. Fast forward a bit here.
Intruder alert. Be very quiet. We're hunting humans.
Yeah. And I think we've played this one on the Game On Challenge, haven't we, Ken?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so I'll skip ahead since we've all seen that. Now, this one here for Space Zap, Cosmic Zap in this case, this is actually running in P Mode 3, which actually works fairly well. The Coco version plays P Mode 4 artifacting colors, of course.
War has been declared, and you have just received word that hordes of alien starships will try to gain access to your home world through Stargate Epsilon.
It's got that generic Spectral Associate sound they used in a lot of their games, the early ones. But basically, aliens coming from 4 sides, they're shooting at you, and they disappear once in a while, so you have to shoot them. Then every once in a while you get these spinning ones you have to shoot before they shoot you. But you can't shoot constantly. You can hold down rapid fire, but you've got a laser temperature gauge on the right, and if that overflows, you blow up because you've overheated your laser. So you have to time your shot somewhat. So it's not just hold the button down and spin the joystick around.
Damn overheating lasers. Oh, that's cool.
And I will mention the next version of EAU has a 16-color Coco 3 version of this written in Basic 9 by Floyd Wrestler that will be added on as a new game on that release. So.
Beauty.
Next up, we have Ice Castles and Beam Rider. The common theme here, of course, is they're both by Spectral as well. So let's fast forward a little bit here. Now, Ice Castles was originally by Thunder Vision.
This looks like
it's Crystal Castles on the Coco.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why the Dragon renamed it to Ice Castles. That's
I guess they're not crystals. They're ice cubes at this point, huh?
Yeah. It's the exact same game.
Or the castles are made out of ice. Who knows? Okay.
Now this player here is pretty good. He you can see he scores up over 100,000 already, and he's seeing some levels I've never seen before. So I'm not very good at this game. And I think we covered this one already too, didn't we, Ken?
Yeah, we did play this
Yes,
one.
we did.
Okay. So we'll fast forward to
Your beamer.
Beam Rider, which is another one we
Will be
covered, the
fired
electric
to the
yo-yo
rock.
from the
Yeah.
arcade.
It will be drawn toward it
And
with
one of the
twice
few that
the
looks
normal
identical in the
speed.
Dragon and the Coco,
This
because this is the
called
same
beaming.
mode it used in the Coco. That's a fun one. That's kind of an underrated game, even in the arcade, to be honest. Next up, we have a couple here that are Dragon exclusives. So this is
Soft Tech now, same publisher. So we have Arcade, Ace Series Monsters, and UGG.
Yeah. Now, UGG actually, the robotic voice that they use for describing it here actually gives me more backstory than I've ever known about the original UGG games. So I will actually let it play through because I think a lot of us North American users have no idea.
The Ice Age is coming, and Ugg knows that he's got to stock up his cave with food. Stealing Terry the pterodactyl's eggs seemed like a good idea at first, until Terry caught onto his escapade, and started dropping hunks of rock on poor Ugg.
Okay, so you have to steal the eggs, and that's
And
a
take 'em back
dinosaur.
to your, yeah.
So is that numbered down there by your score? Is that your number of lives or number of eggs you have?
That's the number of eggs you stored. So you come and you store another one. Or sorry, that's the points that you're getting there. I think the other one's your lives. Yeah, sorry. And it does go into a bit of explanation about the.
So the other caves are just
dinosaur.
where you. Okay, so that is storing the
Being
eggs.
fleet of foot, Ugg was doing a fair job though of stealing a number of eggs, but then Rex the Tyrannosaurus appeared to assist Terry.
Rex the Tyrannosaurus, huh?
Yeah.
So the other caves are just a place to hide from the falling rocks for a second. Can you, can
Yeah,
you
and
duck
probably
into
from the
this?
Tyrannosaur as well, I'm guessing, because he comes
Okay.
up and gets you.
It's freaking Godzilla. Oh no, there goes Tokyo.
Hey, it's an original game. I believe this one was cross-platform. 60 can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's UGG.
That is cool.
Fast forward a bit here.
You land on the notorious planet of Zol 2 just above the Zalations mine complex. The complex is composed of a maze of platforms and ladders, and is guarded by monster robots of cunning.
Rocky Hill says it's a Gorn.
So this is kind of like Space Panic, except you're collecting treasures in the bottom and bringing them up to the
Space
top.
Panic
to go to the next
/
level.
Gold Runner hybrid or something, huh?
Yeah. And you don't kill the monsters when they fall through. They just fall to the other level. And some monsters can only stay in the level, and some others can go up and down vertically. So you kind of have to figure out which ones you're dealing with.
Oh, and the floor regens pretty quick.
Yeah, because like I said, you're not killing them. You're just kind of like throwing them out of your way briefly.
It's like a kinder load runner.
Your task
Cool.
to find a power module in each mine
That was a
and
cool one.
return it to your
And the last one here.
Luna and Junior's Revenge. Games we've played. We've played them both.
Yeah, I still love that Lunar Road Patrol artwork, though.
That is cool. With the dragon logo on the
Logo.
side door there. Oh, that is
yeah,
awesome.
and on the front, if you can kind of see at the angle.
Oh,
there.
yeah. Yeah. That's a beauty, eh?
Yeah. I just wish we had this kind of artwork for the North American ones. A few companies did, but not many. So Lunar Road, of course, looks the same as you're used to. It's the exact same as it is on the Coco.
spacecraft and
So we'll skip
numerous
that
other
one. Junior's Revenge, of course, this is one where they decided not to throw it in the P Mode 3. Or maybe
Actually, it
they gave
doesn't
you the
look
option.
terrible. You do get the
No.
kind of weird PAL artifacting, so it's kind of shimmering and glimmering, but it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, some of the games from Microdeal had the option you could pick a P Mode 3 green palette, a P Mode 3 white palette, or a P Mode 4 plain black and white palette, and then it let the user choose what they wanted to use. This one, I think, actually looks
It doesn't
better.
look terrible.
Yeah, this one actually I think looks better than throwing it in P Mode 3.
Oh, he did good. He got that high jump on the first try.
Yeah, off the trampoline thing.
Yeah. Yeah, this game was really good. The Coco 2
Well,
version.
one thing I will let play in this, so he actually got to the second intermission, which is something I'd totally forgotten was there because I haven't been very good at this game lately. But I'll let it get to that part because actually it was kind of cool. Just can't remember how far in it is here.
Damn birds.
Oh yeah, we're coming right up on it.
Keep going to Luigi's hideout. Okay.
Yeah, because the other one is basically just like everybody falls and then
he
pushes
catches the dad. Yeah. And then this is
Yeah.
Luigi's hideout. Okay, yeah, which is the fourth screen.
Yeah. So I had completely forgotten about that second intermission, which is kind of
Gotcha.
neat. So.
Cool.
Anyway, that's it for the game on news.
All right.
I'll plow right into the regular one if you want. Just get it
I
going.
need a quick potty break, so we'll run a commercial, I guess. Or if you want to just plow into it and I'll go pee while you guys do that, that's your prerogative. Do we need to? I'm not going to pee while I'm sitting here. That's all I'm going to say. But does anybody else need a potty break, or you guys want to just keep going with the news? We have another. Ron Devoe's not here, but Rick Eulin's raising his hand. So I will run a commercial break, and then we'll be back with news with L. Curtis Boyle. All right, after these words.
We'll return after these announcements.
Hi, I'm Bruce Moore, and this is Jacob Moore. Gotcha. And we are the Forest of Doom guys, and the Coco Forever guys, and we are Coco Fest, and we love Stevie Strobe.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable, ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
What's going on, everybody? Stevie Stroh, and I want to say thank you for continuing to watch and listen to Coco Talk. We love doing this show. We think we put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better with your help. So if you would like to send a feedback, a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love to hear from you.
What if, knowing what I know now, I could go back in time, join Tandy Corporation, and change the course of history? Coco forever!
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment cost, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right, take it away, L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, you guys are seeing the old Sub-Etha software screen here?
Sub-Etha software, yes.
Okay, so the first story here is Alan Huffman. Of course, he's been blogging like to beat the band here. And in fact, from talking to him in private, he's actually got enough content already set up that he's actually releasing on a time schedule at this point that he's good up until like the middle of November or something like that. So we've got a ton of stuff coming down the pike. So keep an eye out for that. Getting a lot of programming stuff. He's doing some assembly stuff. He's doing some basic stuff. This particular one is kind of a combo of both. He's talking about doing some special effects on title screen stuff, like doing a spiral to make, the intro screen a little bit more interesting to watch. Kind of getting into how the Sundog dissolve effect works, similar to that. So here he's doing one he did in basic, just of doing a spiral. This is just using straight pokes going around here. So let's skip the loading part.
Right. Not the fastest, but it's a job.
And he does a couple other sub little window things here too, just to make it a bit more interesting. Anyway.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Gives a source code, kind of explains how it works. Then he starts getting into some of the optimization parts of it here. And this first chapter on doing this is basically doing it in basic. He's actually going to be doing ML in a later part of the series here. But he does a different way of doing it here to optimize it. And this is version 2, and you can see the speed difference here. Just from the changing the way the code works, it's still basic. But a noticeable speed increase.
No, noticeably faster. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, look forward for the next installment. He's actually going to the assembly language version. Now that's going to be so fast, it would be instantaneous. He's either going to have to slow it down or he's going to add some extra effects. I'm not sure exactly which way he's going with that. So anyway, he's got multiple subjects that he's currently covering that he's doing at the same time. So you might get a blog on this one subject, then the next 2 might be on a different subject, then it's back to the first one, then it's on to a third. He's just, cranking out the content here. So
okay.
And we're still trying to set up an interview. Now, unfortunately, he works weekends these days. So, Stevie, I was going to ask you if we can get the original Subetha software, which includes himself, Terry, Todd, and Joel Hegberg, on for a group interview, which I'm trying to arrange.
Yeah.
We probably won't be able to do it live if it's on a Saturday. So the choices are we do a pre-record on a different day, or we just make it a special and do it, say, on an evening or a Sunday.
Do it live
or
on a
available.
different day.
So do you have a preference for that? I'm going to try to approach him about trying to get that organized.
No, whatever. I'm okay with doing it live on an evening or something if we have to.
Okay.
I would say if we do it though, let's just make that the special and let's not try to wrap news around it and all that other kind of stuff
exactly.
too. Yeah, we just make it a live
plus
interview.
It's going to be a 3-person interview, so it's going to take longer anyway. So
yeah.
Okay. I probably won't schedule it until September, just because I know he's busy right now, and one of the other guys is busy right now, and I'm busy right now, so I don't want to take another evening out of my work schedule. I'm really working late enough as it is.
Roger that.
Next up, this was pretty cool. Alan DeCock, who actually is going to be one of our guests next week for the Nitrous 9 30th anniversary special. And I should mention, Bill's confirmed. Alan, we're doing a test call with him on Tuesday evening. He's confirmed. I finally did get a hold of Wes. Wes is super busy with his job, just like he was the last time I talked to him. And he's pretty sure he can't make it, but he might be able to sneak in for like a 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm really hoping that can happen, because that'd be the first time all 4 of us have, quote unquote, been face to face ever. Because we were at different stages of Nitrous 9 development. Like Wes was part of the original 3, and then Alan came in, I think, a little bit after Wes had left. So this will be the first time that the original people that did the commercial product will all be together at the same time. So I'm looking forward to that. And you guys should come up with a bunch of questions to pester us with too.
Yeah, like when can we stop hearing about this damn thing? That's my question.
Exactly. You can ask, and then of course we'll answer honestly. The proper answer is never. But but anyway, he commented on this, and this is in a group I don't normally research for doing news stuff here. It's the general Motorola 6809, 609, 6800, so it covers a lot of stuff that's not Coco related. But this one page, and this was posted by Graham Toll. He's not the guy that originated this. He kind of published it on his behalf. So the guy's been running logic analyzers and a bunch of other things to do research on the 6809 and 609 chips both, and trying to figure out some undocumented or not clearly documented behaviors. And some of it we've heard, there's different alternate versions of branches with different opcodes, and there's some other ways we can do a long opcode of something that actually takes longer to do, which if you're trying to do a timing loop might actually be useful at times. And we've known about some of these, but he's actually discovered some stuff we have not seen before. So this is the original post here. And he's published some source code for testing it, and he explains also what hardware he's using to kind of go through it. But he's actually divided into 2 chunks. So he's got undocumented 639 behaviors as the first one. And there's some stuff we kind of already knew. There's some weird flag settings and things that, if you do certain things. Now, the ones that kind of caught my eye on the 639 in particular.
An M register, for example, or?
Yes, that's a totally new one on me. Now, what this is kind of, it's a register you can't directly access. But it's a register that's used internally in the chip to do calculations in the middle of doing something else. So it's a temporary register used internally to do certain functions that is normally just kept internally in the chip. But he figured out there is a way to access it. So let's go down to here. So it's an 8-bit working register. They're calling it M. There's no official name for it because one of the uses of it is to hold the result written back to memory and read, modify, write instructions. And it can be read by the following sequence. And the example here is load X was 0. Then you do an add register of direct page pointer, which is an 8-bit register, to X, which is a 16-bit. So you're mixing the sizes. But now bits 7 to 0 of X now contain this hidden register that was used to do certain things. And some of them are useful, some of them aren't. So for example, if you do a multiply, like an 8 by 8 multiply, the 6, 8, or 9 instruction equivalent, it'll return the value of B accumulator from before the multiply. Because normally, if you do a mul, you do multiply A times B. Now, if you do that, the result's in D. You've lost the original. So if you need to get the multiplication, but you still need the original value of one of those things for something else you're going to do a little bit later, it's gone. Well, not in this case. If you actually do that load X address DP thing, the high byte of X will now have the original B. Now, that's a bit of a convoluted way. You can probably do it faster storing in memory, but it's interesting that you're actually getting to see some of the internals of the chip running on its own. But it has some other things, like it keeps, like the M has a sign of the quotient when you're doing a hardware divide, or the 16-bit multiply because it's a signed multiply. TFM, this is a rather interesting one. M takes the value of the last byte of data copied, because normally all you control is the source pointer of where you're copying from, the destination part where you're copying to, and the number of bytes you're copying. You have no idea what the data is. But in this case, it actually keeps whatever the last byte it copied was in that temporary register. So if you have a table that you're copying, you want to see if the end of the table is a certain value, you've actually got that already loaded in that temporary register. So you can actually kind of access it there. And then there's a bunch of things, legal instruction trap. There's some certain things that work a little bit weird. There's a bit of bugs in the sync instruction when used with MI. A bunch of other things too, but pretty cool stuff in there. There's some stuff I already did know, and there's some stuff I had no idea existed. So, and then the 689, which obviously has been around for years longer, so a lot of more people have tried hammering this chip, and there's a lot of undocumented. There's a halt catch fire instruction, as it's called, which basically it's meant for hooking up a hardware debugging. Rick Euland probably can explain this way better than I can. It does something with the bus signals and looks like it's hung the machine, but it's good for a probe to be able to check what it's doing. You want to explain that better than I can, Rick? I'm assuming you know about this.
Not really. I'm not that tight to the hardware there.
Okay, there's 3 different opcodes that do this, and basically it puts it into a weird state that you cannot interrupt except through a reset signal, or you want to be able to monitor certain things on the actual, external hardware you hooked up to the 6809. And then they've got some of the alternative ones. There's the ones here. There's some pretty interesting ones here too, though. There's a few here that do the same mathematical instruction as the normal one does, but doesn't set the flags, for example. So sometimes if you want to preserve the flags from a previous instruction, preserve it, you normally have to push the CC register or, store it somewhere in some other way. And this way you can actually kind of get around it and still have it hanging around. So that was kind of an interesting one there too that I'd not heard of before.
It's amazing after all this time with this chip that's been so well documented.
There's still a few hidden bits.
There's still things that have been undocumented that are still being revealed.
Yeah. Like here, this XNC, this instruction, it behaves like a neg if carry is 0 or a COM if C is 1. So depending on the condition code carry flag, it actually does one of these 2 different things. It'll treat it as assigned or inverted just by itself. There's a few other little extra ones here for different things here too. This instruction here, XDEC, is similar to DEC, except that the carry flag is modified. So the original DEC does not modify carry. So there's a few things that you could actually use to your advantage using these hidden instructions. Now, as far as I know, most of the assemblers do not support these currently. So you'd either have to actually FCB the raw opcodes themselves to use some of these. And some of these are more like just quirks of the chip design. Alan actually kind of went into that in his response to this post here. That there are certain things, just because of the way the chips, this is one of the last hardwired CPU chips ever done. It doesn't have microcoding on the 689 anyway. And basically, it's just the way things are wired together that if you follow a certain path with an undocumented code, it'll just fall through and do these certain things in a row. And that's where you're getting some of these strange results. But some of them are actually pretty well useful. Like, for example, clear A, clear B, you usually use that to clear the carrier really quick, and a COM you use to set it all the time. Well, if you want to clear something but leave the carry flag alone, you use this other one, and it leaves the carry flag unchanged, but still clears A or B. That actually could be useful. You could save an instruction doing that to speed up some code. So a lot of cool stuff in here.
You're going to need a bigger boat, Curtis.
Yeah. Another assembler, anyway. All right, next up we got Mike Roja, and he was at the fest, if I remember correctly, selling some stuff. And it wasn't this he was selling, I don't believe. I can't remember what he was selling now. I'm pulling a blank. Anyway, he's got these membrane keyboard replacements, and Rick, obviously, you've got yours too. And he's got 4 each. Well, he had 4 each. Now he sold up the Coco 3 ones. He's only got 2 of the Coco 2 ones left. But they're basically just the replacements, when the things get really worn out. And he's selling them for 25 plus shipping. Now, they don't have your nice little switch going between the alt control and the up and down arrows, which is what I wanted it for game playing. So, and I have you got ones for all the models of Coco now, or are you...
Just 2 and 3?
Yeah, because he's actually got the Coco 1 with that header connector version on there too now. So
yeah, I haven't seen one of those to emulate. I'm working on the Melty. The problem I have, he's selling them for the cost of parts. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
I'll probably have them longer. I have a new one. I have quiet ones now, so they don't click loud. So you can get a clicky keyboard or a quiet keyboard.
Oh, okay.
So there's a new thing.
Well, we'll let you show that off and shortly after I get the news done.
It's good to have more products because
yeah,
sources is better.
Yep. Next up, Richard sitting on Facebook. He's actually had, I think, 4 posts. He actually went through his attic, or maybe it was his dad's attic, I can't remember, but he got a whole bunch of boxes of old Coco stuff and even some non-Coco stuff. And I kind of followed the first 2, and it was mostly stuff I've seen before, so I didn't really pay too much attention. It's, there's some gold carts and some old hardware. But he had some pretty unique ones here in his last 2 boxes. So I saw some of these because some of these are quite rare. So this one here, he didn't even know what the heck this was. And this is for a Coco 1. And basically, this is a RAM charger by Spectral Associates. Because Spectral, back in the early days, 81, 82, actually sold a lot of hardware. They had there's a little box for reading like 500 baud Model 1 and 3 cassettes on the Coco that they sold. The RAM charger was a RAM upgrade board, and you can actually see the picture of it here on the top. And what this does, the original C and D, and I think even the E boards, if you wanted to go to full 32K, you had to like cut traces. Maybe the E board you didn't, but this D and C for sure. You had to cut traces. Like, it was a complicated. You had to solder stuff, cut traces. It wasn't an easy for a person like me to upgrade. This was actually designed as a little daughter board with some extra bits on it, so that actually you could just plug it in and you got 32K. No switching anything. You didn't have to solder, you didn't have to cut traces, nothing. So it was a nice, easy upgrade for idiots like me to actually get 32K out of a Coco 1. And that, I remember seeing them advertised. I've never seen one in real life. I've never seen even a picture of one before, so that was kind of interesting. So I'll actually zoom that one up. I don't know if you can see it too well here, but it says Spectral Associates RAM Char, short for RAM charger.
And then where did it go? Did it go underneath the CPU or something?
No, it plugged into it satellite boarded onto the 8 RAM chips on the lines there.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he didn't have it installed in the Coco to show what it looked like, unfortunately. But here's one of the ads from 1981, 82.
Oh, it's got a picture of a RAM there too, right? 32K RAM charger, huh?
So extends memory from 16K to 32K, 100% compatible to extended basic. Because some of the like stack chip version, we put 2 sets of 16K. The VDG couldn't see the upper half. So you can only display screens in the lower 16K. So if you had game that page flipped and the up there graphics was past the 16K mark, it would just show up as garbage. And I remember I ran some games and demos that actually did that to me when I had the stacked upgrade. It sucked. So this didn't have that problem. No soldering or modification required. Fits inside the computer. $80 for 32K, which at the time, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I
remember.
We'll try to get that ad published today.
Yeah, with the one on the right here for Madness and Minotaur. But yeah, that's a fascinating bit of history that I'd never seen one in real life before.
Neat.
And then this is his third one where he covered another one that's fairly rare. Now, I remember these had full page ads. Alpha Products actually made, the A-Bus. Which A-Bus was this multi-card slot, and it was a lot of slots. You can see on the right hand of that manual there how many slots it has. But basically, this was a bus for doing daughter cards of hardware for stepper motors and clocks and RS-232 ports. It was a hardware stream, basically. And it was cross-platform. So the actual A-Bus actually ran on a multitude of machines, including the Coco. And you'd have these little adapters for the specific computers. It's kind of like that, what is it called that we've got out recently?
Arduino or whatever, right? Like a micro.
Yeah, what does the SD card adapter with the different little physical adapters? Like this will work in a Coco, it'll work in an Atari 400, it'll work in an Apple II or whatever.
Oh, okay, yeah, the multi-card
the one that Taylor
thing.
and Amy just did a video about.
The multi-card
Yeah, exactly.
thing.
Yeah, and we covered on the show a little while ago too. But basically, this is like an old 1980s equivalent for the hardware hacker if they want to do all this stuff with interfacing outside hardware to various computers. This way, they actually managed to make all these daughter cards. You can see some of them down here. Like here's the digital input card. Here's a dual stepper motor controller. Those were generically made for all A-bus products. And then you got the adapter, as shown in the upper left here, to adapt it to the specific computer you were on, the Atari 800, VIC-20, Coco, Atari City Model 1, or whatever it was. So it was a way for them to mass market all these daughter cards. Because if you did that just for the Coco, those would be hugely expensive, especially back in the day. Not so much now with custom boards you can just get ordered online or print yourself. But that was a cool one because I've seen the A-bus at Rainbow Fest before, but I didn't remember any of these daughter cards here. And you've actually got manuals and the actual cards themselves. So he's got some pretty rare, pretty cool stuff in this collection. So if you have not checked those out on Facebook in the Coco group already, I'd highly recommend. I'm not showing all the pictures here.
Finally, something to Brian Weasler possibly doesn't have.
Actually, Brian, I saw it send some messages based on this, so I'm pretty sure he's trying to hunt them down.
He's got one now.
Okay, next up, MC10. Now, we actually covered, James Hosted was asking for some tips on scanning and OCRing an old manual. Now, this is an old MC10 help booklet called Help, the MC10 Color Computer Reference System. Now, this is an Australian book. Now, Nick, I don't know, I don't think you ever really had an MC10, so you probably never saw this before, but it's basically a help for basic programmers, published in Australia. Now, I've actually, I suppose it lost the preload here. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so this is the actual cover. It's $10. You can see that it's Australian because they spelled color correctly.
Color.
Yeah. Now here, it was 1983. It's by two people. I'm assuming a father's son or something. G. Scott Wright Jr. and Weir's S. Wright III. Edited by L. Gitters of the Micro Users, and Micro was one of their magazines for the MC10 that they published in Australia, and based on the original help book for the color computer done earlier by somebody else that doesn't really mention, and then published by Greg Wilson here, printed in Australia. So it basically has little code snippets. It has explanations of all the different commands, some tips and tricks on some of them here. That's about, 80 pages or so. A lot of, just the first part is basically just general programming tips, not specific to the MC10, not specific to BASIC, like how do you do flow charts and that kind of stuff. So they give you some examples. And then they get into the actual, more nitty gritty of it, where they're, let's fast forward a bit here, where they start giving you like, here's how the command works and what different things it does, etc. And then some specific sub things like input with numbers, input with strings, and with the question mark prompt, etc. type thing, and multiple variables. So it kind of goes through, even gives you pitfalls, like some of the things that can go wrong. And he says he has managed OCR. Now the OCR is not perfect, so you might look for something as searching through it with a PDF viewer, and it may not find it because it didn't OCR correctly. But most of it's pretty good. So it's an online reference for yourself if you're going to do some MC10 programming. Anyway, he put that up for download on the MC10 group on Facebook. So if you have an MC10 or are interested in doing virtual MC10 development and in BASIC, it's probably worthwhile grabbing it. Okay, next up, and this is one I'd not heard of before, and this is for the Dragon. And actually, there's a version update for this he's actually got to do to duplicate a Coco 2 as well. But basically, this is to build your own Dragon, and it's got all the files you need, the Gerbers, etc., to actually do this. And I'm like, we've got Pedro Pena does under the Rocky Hill. He's got obviously ones of the Coco 2 and the Coco 3 here, but I hadn't heard of any for the Dragon before. And the nice thing is his little README actually is with photos. So there you can actually see what it looks like. He's even got a little power LED hidden back here.
Oh, that's the whole Dragon. It's a all new created Dragon.
Yeah, with the case being quite different than the original.
Okay.
Like 3D printed?
Did he describe that in here?
Yeah, 3D printed retro style case.
Yeah, right here. Yeah. See, it includes the Dragon DOS floppy controller can be option popular to support floppy built onto the main PCB, so you don't need external cartridges to do that, which is cool. Here's a better view of it.
Arrow keys.
Yeah.
Coco
so the keyboard's
style.
obviously a little different than the Dragon 64. It's more set up like a modern keyboard with the arrows and the
Okay,
T-shape.
with the break That's a interesting place for break over there, huh?
Yeah, and he's got clear up over here, which is kind of strange.
Yeah. Okay.
There's the internals.
But this is all using real hardware and real chips, so there's no FPGA. So this is all over the counter.
Exactly.
So and you need a VDG for this. I'm assuming
It's like
too?
Pedro's, where he's trying to duplicate the equivalent of an original motherboard with the original parts. So you're not emulating anything and worrying whether the FPGA got everything perfect. This is actual hardware. And it's not totally complete. He hasn't tested the joystick cassette and printer bases fully, though apparently it's running good enough to boot up BASIC and run stuff. And he kind of goes through. He's got a bill of materials parts list if you want to get all the parts to set up for it and just to get the board. You can get the Gerber files and make the board yourself. But that's pretty cool. And he's actually got some modifications. If you want to get it to run as a Coco, he's actually got like the changes to do to get the keyboard to map properly through the PIA to some of the rows and columns.
Now, what is the output on this? And is it PAL or NTSC? So is it 50 hertz, 60 hertz, or?
Does he go into details on that?
Still using a VDG, so.
This version produces NTSC rather than PAL composite video, has the ability to produce Commodore-style LCA-S video output for a much clearer video display, which he said this picture is not doing it justice. He said it looks a lot better in person.
Okay, there you go. So it's definitely not RF out. And
yeah.
No, that's neat. I like it.
I think most modern TVs, actually, even in the UK and Europe and Australia, handle NTSC fine anyway now. So it's kind of...
Right, and the thing is, the video is tied to the clock speed of the computer, so what they've done is just move the clock speed up to 60 hertz speed, and the video follows.
And of course, the chip supported that because the Motorola reference design works on NTSC or PAL. So
that's really neat.
It looks pretty cool.
I like it. I want one.
And that's it for the news this week.
Oh, thank God. Oh, did I say that out loud?
You're supposed to go, what? So we done?
And we've just been joined by special guest John Lowry.
Howdy, everybody.
How you doing, John?
Oh, doing okay. I'm working. As a matter of fact, I just got off work, and I saw, you guys were still. I've been watching a little bit on the side while I'm at work. But I just got off work, and usually guys are done by now. But since you were here, I thought I'd jump in.
What are you talking about? We usually go for 5 or 6 hours.
Well, last week you finished like right before I got off work, and so it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, summer's a little bit slower usually. I mean, we had a big interview today. That took a lot.
Yeah,
of time.
yeah. Yeah, I'll watch all of it later on, but I caught some of it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is really a good, an honor and a blessing to have somebody like Glenn now say, you're the first stop I make on my promotional tour. I mean, we don't have too many people out there who are doing things.
It obviously means he has no taste, but
yeah, but he's not completely small potatoes in what he's doing, and it doesn't matter the fact that he is a luminary from the Coco days, and he's making time to share that with us.
Appreciated.
Oh yeah, and
I sure hope he actually, like, even if he has that book signing on the same day we're gonna have Dave Dyes on, I'm hoping, because there's a couple hour difference, that he might be able to pop on to help ask him.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
because they haven't seen each other or talked to each other in several months.
And by the way, so when you reach out to Dave Dyes, ask him about the camera, and we can send him a camera and a headset if we need to. So video cam and a headset, whatever he needs to, unless he just doesn't want to be on camera, and that's fine.
And that could be. We'll find out.
But just let him know that I can Amazon him a webcam and a USB headset. So. Yeah.
And Nick, you haven't heard anything further from Michael Duncan yet, because we're kind of hoping to hear from him this weekend to see if, is everything still going through. He sounded, somewhat enthusiastic. We sent him some questions and stuff here as kind of for the pre-record, because he's even earlier than Nick is by a couple of hours. So, I mean, time-wise, it just wouldn't work for a live. But I haven't heard anything. And Nick, if you're still awake, have you heard anything? Obviously sleeping again.
You might be.
Well, I made it. Nick, you can wake up.
I made it through an entire show, and man, that's great. God bless you guys for doing this. It's exhausting. It's utterly exhausting.
It's funny when you talk about the length of the show, though. Like, we asked, was it last week or the week before? Like, should we start making sure the show's shorter? And I had so many complaints. No, don't. Even live on the stream, people were saying no. take as long as you need type thing. So that was kind of
and that's the thing.
Unexpected, but good, I guess.
It is. It's not a bad thing. My only complaint is that when I need to catch up, it's taking me
it's a
longer
long
to
time.
catch up.
Yeah.
And so it's a good problem to have, but it's
just edit all those dumb commercials out. You'll be fine.
Yeah, right. But no, I mean, there's just so much going on, and again, we don't know, we don't have a specific audience. We've got a diverse audience, and so our content is diverse as well. There's a little bit of something for everybody. And when you were sitting here talking about all the undocumented stuff on the 6809, not everybody's going to be that interested in that. But it's still news, and it's still interesting. And even though I still haven't really gotten into assembling, I remember enough by listening to Steve Bjork and George Jansen and stuff to have somewhat of a clue. So I know it's cool information, not necessarily applicable to my daily life, but that's just one example of the kind of things we will cover on this show. Some people are going to find that super interesting. Some people it's going to go right over their head. But we can't. You can't make one show for one type of person. You just can't. Or you can't make one show that's going to make everybody happy. But I think the fact that we're still doing it and you guys are still wanting to do it on a weekly basis and the audience is still here on a weekly basis, that means we can't be doing something completely wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't checked the latest episodes to see if it's still happening because I know Slippy has been ill lately. But for doing the indexes on the YouTube channel, for example, where it tells you like the news starts here. And
by the way, so Daniel Williams is the person who's doing that now. I've been meaning to tell you guys we need to give Daniel a shout out. So for the past maybe half dozen episodes or so, Daniel Williams is getting me that information, and it's not coming in nearly as real time, so I have to put it in later. But my schedule is I typically will download the show and do all my audio processing to make the podcast Sunday. So that's my Sunday routine, is to taking everything and making the podcast. And there was a time where I was getting those kind of timestamps sometimes Sunday, so I could make it part of the kind of show notes for the podcast too. If I get it late, I'm not going to go back and edit the podcast metadata at that point. So, but it's actually most relevant and applicable to the YouTube, because those timestamps become hyperlinks where you can click on it and jump straight to that timeline in the video feed. It's nice to have. The
nice thing about that is if you have specific interest in the Coco, say you're interested in games or you're interested in hardware or whatever, that you can actually just take a look at that and you can skip like a whole chunk of the show if it doesn't apply to what you're interested in. And then you can kind of
if you're catching it in reruns, but if you're watching it live, you have to suffer through it.
You're kind of like tied to a chair with duct tape and blindfolded.
But I mean, I'm going to say, I'm here, but I mean, I am literally exhausted at this point because we've been doing this for 4 hours. But that's just because I got so much stuff going on too. I'm just exhausted in general. But that was a lot of news. Just listening to that much news is exhausting. So there's just so much information to try to...
That was one of the shorter ones.
I know, but to try to process, and even though you're speaking quickly, for me to try to process and retain and comprehend this vast amount of information in this rapid fire pace, it is mentally exhausting. So it's a good problem to have, right? But no, I mean...
one episode you don't have to catch up on.
Yeah, exactly. And Brian Walsh says, I love all of it. Hardware, software, news, interviews, you name it, can't get enough. Yeah, I know for me personally, Rocky Hill, I just woke up. What did I miss? For me personally, since this was the third time we were going to have Glenn, I kind of wanted to focus more on the book side of what he was doing, just because that's what he's promoting, right? He's promoting his books.
Yeah. And to be honest, I was out of questions at this point.
Yeah, but I just feel like we did cover a lot on the Coco stuff anyways. There were a lot of information we learned about the whole Dave Dies and Lonnie Falk thing, so that was an interesting story. We've heard the story about the 3 different people who worked on the Contras. So we've learned a lot. And we learned even something new today because you unearthed that one thing. So even now, kind of like how we're finding new things on the 6809, we'll still find things. But I think, for the most part, we have kind of wrung that stone dry on Coco stories from him. But
yeah, the only thing I can think of, like if we have Glenn on for his next book, is
Dave
maybe
Dies.
if we can get like Dave or Doug Maston or Jeff
Yes.
Stidle or some people that publish stuff through him, or even his brother who helped design some of their games and actually help man the boots and stuff, have them on as a guest and kind of get a dual interview with someone.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Because then you're going to find things that are even more interesting, the little stories, the little side quests they went on in life together, you know. No, but it was good. But what I was saying was I was hoping we would get more into the book side of things, which I think we did. And I was hoping that wasn't going to be too boring. But I don't think, even you, Curtis, you kept coming up with questions. So it wasn't like we were beating it to death. And I mean, what was going through my mind too, if anybody was going to complain about me talking about for books too long, I would just have to say, let me remind you when we had Scott Grippin Trot on here and we spent like 2.5 hours talking about his friggin' camper. Okay, so don't give me any of this book stories too long.
And we got
BS.
some thank yous for that too,
you know what I mean? And
yeah,
to me, that was, I would have listened to him for another 2 hours because it is interesting. And so I don't have a problem with the hard line stance. Well, if it's not Coco related, we shouldn't talk about it. I don't think we need to be that rigid. I think in this case here, he's got a Coco connection no matter what.
I don't want to make the show so it's about random topics every week, but if we have a guest, then we do some Coco, but we want to talk about what they're doing now too. I mean, that's
and sometimes that can be just as interesting, like the whole camper and it was cool. And
the nomadic lifestyle where they, I didn't need a home. I'm just going to live in this thing, same as Frank Hogg did, type thing.
Yeah.
I find that fascinating. I don't think I'd have the balls to do it myself, but.
Yeah, no, but I really do, and I wasn't really just blowing smoke or giving him lip service because I did listen to the books again for a second time, and they're damn good books, and so I'm looking forward to the third one, and I'm glad that we got a chance to talk more about that in more depth, and hopefully we help get some sales for him. We get a few more books sold for him. I forgot who asked the question. I think it was before we got on the show. I think it was. Brian Weasler, he was on Discord earlier this morning, and I think he was asking, what's better if we buy the book from Amazon or if we buy the book from him from his web store? Because you can buy those books on Amazon, and I think, and I forgot to ask Glenn this question, but I think if you buy it from Glenn, there's two benefits. Number one, I think he gets a bigger cut, so he gets a higher commission on the sale, and number two, you have the benefit of him signing it for you or writing an inscription of anything you want. So I think his commission on an Amazon sale is less percentage than him selling it direct. But if you wanted to support the author, if you buy it from him, that means he's making a few more bucks on the book, and you get the personally signed version of that. So, good stuff. Good stuff. Any final thoughts? Did we talk about updates and acquisitions, or are there any more updates?
Not
or
really.
acquisitions?
Like Rick, you were mentioning you have something new that you wanted to mention.
Oh no, I think I slipped it all in.
The silent keyboard.
The silent keyboard. So what I will do is I will say, and we'll save this for another time, but I just did get the new thing from Mr. Dave. So Space Pirate Kimiko. And in the lighting, you might not see it all. So there's a nice little card here. And then there's there are some instructions here. And it comes on if I can find where I put it, but it is a micro SD card with a custom 3D printed spaceship for the SD card holder. And I think I already broke mine because I dropped it. So there was like a little shelf thing here that you could put the SD card in. So you got this kind of cool 3D printed spaceship.
Can you zoom up your screen, Stevie, so that everybody can see it?
Okay. I guess I could do that, right? How do I do that? Pin. Spotlight for everyone. Okay.
There you go.
So here we go. So this is the 3D printed spaceship. And again, there was a cover to this little socket, this little slot here where you could put the micro SD card in there. So that was the kind of collectible, tangible thing. You get a card that has, the freaking Space Pirate Kimiko. And the freaking lighting is killing me here with the webcam and the lights and shit. But anyway, so there's a card with some artwork, and then there's the instructions inside. Oh my God, this freaking webcam light is killing me. Let's try this. Turn this light off. Any better? No better.
Much. A little bit.
There we go.
There you go.
Pull it back. Oh my God. Anyways, yeah. So so there's some tangible stuff you get. And then on the micro SD card, there's video instructions, there's video stuff. So there's some bonus content on here. So this is Mr. Dave's new game. This is the one that he was doing the Kickstarter on. And I just got mine in the mail. I think I got it last Saturday. I think I got it in the mail the day of the show. And I just haven't had time to look at it. So I kind of looked at it for a few minutes this morning. It's definitely going to take a little bit of time to figure out because it's not just an arcade game where you just press fire to start and start shooting stuff. So it's got a lot of, kind of warping through coordinates and exploring space and assigning crew. And so it's got it's a thinking man's game. It's not a button mashing style game.
Yeah.
So although there are some
and
arcade.
this current version is the one that runs on the emulator, and he's got his hardware card. He's actually, I think,
Yes,
some of the
yes.
parts and finally now
It's
to start working on.
self-contained. You just drag it into a folder on your C drive, and you double-click the icon, and it launches VCC, and it launches whatever companion stuff it needs for the music and sound and augmentation and whatnot. So,
yeah, but there is an actual Coco 3 version that requires his new MP3
right. Well, that's
stock card and sprite card and whatever else is on there. I can't remember off the top of my head. But that's actually, like everybody else, chip supply shortages. But now that seems to be breaking free, and he's actually going to be starting to work on that again.
Okay, let me unspotlight myself. So there we go. All right.
I got a bit of an acquisition that I'm working on. Not really an acquisition, but more of a build. I got a hold of an arcade 1-up unit. Some guy was throwing it out down the street because someone punched the screen in, and so I went down there, and the guy was like, they were moving, so the guy was like emptying, packing stuff up and stuff. So I talked to him, and he's like, yeah, you can have it. And he even helped me carry it home, and it worked, but the screen was kind of trashed. And I was thinking about fixing the screen, but that's impossible. You can't. The only way to get a replacement screen would be to go out and spend $600 and buy another brand new unit and take the screen out of that. It's the only way you could get one. So I was like, well, screw it. Raspberry Pis plug into any monitor, so I got a regular monitor of the same size, and I had a Raspberry Pi laying around, so I basically converted it into a RetroPie unit, and RetroPie supports XROR. So I've got the Coco up and running on an arcade unit. A keyboard connects to it too, so you can do it. I got one little problem with rotation to fix, but just doing this project has totally because I got it up and running now. Besides the Coco, it plays like every arcade game you could ever think of, from MAME to Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega, Atari, a bunch of them. And so I learned so much doing this kind of conversion that I'm going to build. My next plan is to build a full-size cabinet from scratch, and do RetroPie with it. Except with this one, the screen orientation is portrait. I'm going to do a landscape with a bigger screen, but a landscape, and then that way XROR will run perfectly on it, and I'll be able to bring up and run Coco games on it, connected to arcade joysticks.
You have access to Karen. He's actually in the live chat. He's saying, is rotation an issue? He goes, is XROR not doing it? Or XRander, is XRander not doing it? I don't know what XRander is, but
yeah, we talked about that in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I did mention it to him. I sent out the bat signal to talk to.
Okay.
And he pointed me out to it, and he even pointed me out to it how to get it installed, and I got it installed on the Linux installation. But when I try to execute any command on it, it says display not found. And I'm doing it from the keyboard directly connected to the Pi. I'm not SSH'd into it, because I know if you try to do it from SSH, it's trying to control the display of the machine you're SSHing from. And so, I could not because what I wanted to do was get the entire Linux installation rotated. That way I wouldn't have to rotate. The only way I got it working was the emulator head that manages all the emulators, the graphic emulator. It's called Emulation Station. I was able to get Emulation Station to rotate, and that fixes everything except it rotates XROR to 90 degrees, and I haven't been able to get it. So yeah, I've been having trouble with the XRand R, whatever it's called, working. It's a Pi 4, and I know screen rotation is done differently. Supposedly that the X rotate and something else. That's what that stands for.
Resize and rotate.
Resize and rotate. What's that, Rick?
Yeah, resize and rotate. It should be able to do anything with any input data.
Yeah, every time I do it, if it's wrong, it says that I get like a syntactical error, and it tells me to bring up help. And if I get it right, it says can't open display every time, no matter what I do. Can't open display.
So it's not an X Windows display, possibly.
Oh, I have no idea what an X Windows display is.
Yeah, it's deep.
Okay. That's a cool project, and that sounds similar to what Henry Reitfeld has done. Is he took an old arcade 1-up and converted it into he put a PC on a stick in there, and he was running all kinds of emulated Coco stuff on there at CoCoFest.
Yeah.
So it's being able to play Coco games in a 3/4 size arcade cabinet is a cool way to do it.
With arcade style joysticks and
arcade
stuff.
Style,
Jim had one at the CoCoFest in last November. He had that. It was like an Atari. I think it was.
He had a Centipede or Asteroids one.
Yeah, Asteroids, Lunar Lander, and Tempest. I think all the vector games.
Yeah.
And this is a similar unit except it's Ms. Pac-Man themed.
Mm-hmm.
And the cool part, the hard parts, the parts I thought would be hard were easy, and the parts that I thought would be easy were hard. They literally sell a little circuit board, and it comes with a bunch of wires, and they all have little connectors on the end that plug into the circuit board, and you just solder them to the wires, to the switches.
Obviously, that's the hard part.
No, it was really ridiculously simple. And then there's a cable that plugs into the board, and on the other end of that's a USB cable. It's basically a USB joystick minus the joystick and buttons, and it's like you roll your own button and joystick, so you can use any one of a million joysticks out there that you can buy and kind of build your own joystick. And so I thought that was going to be difficult. Even the thing didn't come with any instructions, and I still managed to figure it out. But the configuration had me pulling my hair out here and there for a while. But for the most part, it's done. And I still got a few odds and ends to do, and it'll be completed. But my next project is going to be a full-blown, full-size cabinet that will definitely support the color computer 100%.
Yeah, that's neat. That was always on my wish list, was to have a full-size cabinet, even if it was just an emulated like a MAME cabinet or something. But the problem is now is that they're so damn big. Like, I don't like the 1-ups because they're 3/4 size. I feel like for what they want for those things and the size you get and the amount of pack-in games you get, I feel like it's not your best bang for the buck. And then there's the At Games has the Ultimate Arcade compilation one that is more of a full-size cabinet. It's not as deep. It's a pretty shallow one, but it's full height. It's got 2 sticks. It's got it's got the Tron roller, the roller balls. It's got all the accoutrements, and it's got like 200 or 300 licensed games all packed in. And then you can also add to it, or people have hacked it where you can put your own ROMs in there and stuff. So that one's like $500 for a full-size cabinet, and that's kind of neat. To me, that's the trade-off of size and number of games that come with it made it almost justify that price. But I'm just at the point, I don't have the room for it. I'd love to have one. I got nowhere I can put it in my house where it's not going to stand out like a sore thumb, as much as I'd like to have that.
Yeah, another thing about the arcade 1-up units, they do sell risers. But
it's still not the same. It just still feels like you're getting a little shortchanged,
Yeah,
it's
and
like paying for a foot-long
joystick
sub and getting 8 inches, so it's just...
That's what she said.
The buttons and the joysticks are kind of low-end quality, too, for something that you pay like $600 for.
Yeah.
That's kind of low-end quality joysticks and buttons, because I bought... the Miss Pac-Man game has Galaxian, which needs a fire button, but it only needs the one fire button. So there's player 1 and 2 start and a fire button, and that was it. So I bought some buttons online, and I drilled some holes in the cabinet and added. It's got like 6 buttons now.
Okay.
So because a lot of the games require more than one button, and so I got those installed, and even the cheap buttons that I bought are better quality than the ones that came with the unit. So I bought 6 more today. They just came in the mail, and they're just, I think I paid like $12 for 6 of them, and they're way better quality than they have actual micro switches. I think those don't.
The flip kind of thing against the wall be handy. Open up the sides, monitor drops down, away you go.
Yeah, there's some I've seen some YouTube videos where they're like RetroPie units, but they're like barcade. They sit on a bar top where you can mount them against the wall.
That might work. Yeah,
that would work for you.
A barcade,
Stevie.
possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, I've even seen just a box that you just plug into your TV, and it's got actual arcade.
It's got
joysticks and
like basically the panel, the joystick, and the buttons, right? So just that.
You could put something together like that, like for next to nothing, and even buying high quality parts and stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, is that it? Are we ready to put a fork in this episode?
I just have some reminders for upcoming interviews and stuff here. I wouldn't mind plugging before we
please.
Shut it down. So first of all, big thanks to Glenn for being on today. hopefully we'll see him not only for the draw in 2 weeks, but also for the Dave Dies interview the week after that as a possible guest interview if he has time. So next week is the 30th anniversary of Nitrous 9 special. That'll have Bill, Alan DeCock, and myself for sure. Hopefully Wes Gale can pop by for a little bit. So that's all the 4 of the original developers when Nitrous 9 was a commercial product from 1992, August on. So that's next week. So have your questions ready for then. You can pester us. September 3rd, we've got Dave Dies of DICOM himself. We'll be on to talk about all kinds of stuff, including the controversy with Rainbow and development. He's also going to be talking about some hidden features and games that never got released, too, that I know a few of them already. That I've mentioned on the show before. So if you're a long-time listener, you might remember some of those. We'll actually finally get the background on that. September 17th, we have Franklin Harris of Retro Rewind. Now, this time he's a brief explanation because, Stevie, I know you haven't watched the last week's episode. You probably don't know this. But when we've interviewed him before, he's talked about, he had a Coco. That was his first computer growing up type thing, Coco 2. And then he got into doing Retro Rewind. He's doing stuff with the Amiga and the C64 and the Coco and stuff like that. What he didn't tell us was that he was actually a bit of a TV star, and he was actually on The Lab with Leo Laporte. He knew Kevin Rose from Dig personally. They drank together and had fun together and all kinds of stuff. Amber MacArthur and a bunch of other these people that are on TV. He was actually a regular on some of the shows that Tech TV did, and actually was a producer and stuff too. And he was quite the hardware hacker. He's actually sent some links to some episodes that are online. He had his own tech podcast back in like 2005, 2007 type thing. So he's done a lot of stuff that's actually he's never talked about. And I asked him, well, why didn't you tell? Like, that's pretty cool stuff. Why wouldn't you mention that before? He said he wanted Retro Rewind to stand on its own merits. So he didn't go any of his previous quote unquote famous stuff. He wanted it to be as if people had no idea who he was, and then make sure that it could stand on its own, that his reputation was built on the products he was selling and the services he was providing with Retro Rewind, and not his name being famous
that's
in
cool.
previous stuff.
That's cool.
We're going to be going deep diving in all the stuff he didn't talk about before on this next one.
That's very humble. And, I can kind of relate to that too, because one of the things that I never tell people in conversations, and I never mentioned that, I used to do stand-up comedy. I was somewhat of a local semi-pro celebrity back in the day, because it's not that I'm ashamed of it. It's just I want people to know me as who I am now, not who I was then. And also, when you tell somebody you did comedy, then all of a sudden they're not going to take you seriously anymore either. And a lot of times that's what I want, because I'm in business and I'm trying to promote my business and, trying to get people to sign on to give me money every month. I don't want to, I don't want people to have any reason to doubt my professionalism. So I never played my, for lack of a better term, celebrity card in anything that I've done either, just because I'm also kind of modest and whatever. So I think I can kind of sort of relate to that.
Yeah. Also, Michael Duncan is supposed to be our pre-record interview, which will be taking place hopefully next weekend, and the deadline for questions from everybody for him. That's the guy that did Xenion.
Xenion, we just played that game a couple weeks ago, right?
Yep. So he's supposed to be on for a pre-record. We still haven't got all the details ironed out. Nick and I have gone back and forth with a few emails. We've had him send some sample questions. He's got an unreleased game, too, that we actually got as far as it was gotten working that we would like to show. This was a game that came after Xenion, Coco 3 game. I unfortunately, Nick and I, and Nick, I don't know if you've woken up yet, but we haven't heard anything from him in the last few days, and we're still trying to get the actual date and time, because it's going to be a bit of an off time. Where he is in Perth on the west coast of Australia is a couple hours earlier than Nick. I mean, Nick's already getting up at 3 or 4 in the morning to come on our show. So now we're talking 1 a.m. to be able to come. So that's not happening. It's going to be pre-recorded, something that's a bit more, friendly to Australians. But I haven't heard anything from him a couple of days, so I'm sure hoping that it's not falling through all of a sudden now, and he's just been busy or something. So that. And I also mentioned that I've got at least 2 more interviews I'm trying to get stuff nailed down for. One, if it goes through, is going to be a group interview. The other one's a single one, and it's one that I'm really keen on getting if we can get it. So I'm hoping we can get that ironed out. I was hoping to have an announcement ready for today, but unfortunately, it's still a work in progress for both of those. So look forward to some more interviews coming too.
Far out, no shortage of content.
Yep.
All right,
more 5-hour shows coming your way.
Woohoo! Well, Mark, did you enjoy having the day off, Mark Bosley?
Yeah, didn't get the nap.
Man, I had nothing. I had no glitches. So
except me, my computer overheating. That stupid light went right over top the vent and just started beaming halogen heat into it. So
Curtis in the dark. No,
yeah,
that's why I've got it off, because it keeps it keeps sliding, like it's just literally gliding atop my second monitor and right onto the air vents of my main one. So
All
that's
right.
what happened. It was
Well, we
overheating.
will skip the outro as we are now over. We're coming up on a 4.5 hours, so we're going to skip the outro. So how about everybody just say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
See you next week. Bring your questions for the Nitrous 9 anniversary.
And don't forget to check out the Glen Dahlgren contest if you want to win signed copies of new old stock of Sundog Systems games. Just go to mysterium.blog. Click on the thing for information about how you can enter in that raffle if that's your sort of thing, right? So there you go. We've said it. Goodbye.